So what you have is you have a, quote, staff report that was designed to support the council's agenda to go ahead and go for these programs. Then we asked for, what is your cost-benefit analysis versus bulb outs and flashing crosswalks? The staff answer was, there is no such report. We asked for other reports. The problem you have is that staff is being bullied by political factors that don't support what you want to do on the streets, and that's shutting down the streets. And we've given you plenty of information. None other than Drusilla Van Hingel, PhD, member of the Bicycle Coalition and a member of your staff, that stated bulb outs, ironically, will make pedestrians at greater risk. So you have a problem going on here. You're not getting full information. You're getting partial information that supports your position. So I'm going to make you an offer that you can refuse. Cars Are Basic has stated that we will pay for a half hour of time on KEYT. We will take any member of the council except for Mayor Rouse, because he's a friend, and we will debate transportation policies. We would prefer to have, number one, Councilwoman Harmon. If she's not available, we'd like to have Councilwoman Snedden. And if she's not available, we'd like to have Eric Friedman, former Chief of Staff for Salud Carvajal, who knows about SBCAG. So there's an honest offer to you. We'll pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this has to be a misprint. John Palmentary?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members present and virtual. I come to you this afternoon on behalf of the 4th of July Committee that's collaborated with the city on the big show that's coming up on Monday. And I wanted to tell you that we are back. And we're back with a stage on the beach, and we're back thanks to the collaboration with the city departments, many of them that have been so helpful to make this possible. And I wanted to tell you that this committee came together in order to have a family-friendly, all-American safe location between essentially Chapala Street and the wharf, the water, and then when the street is closed down at 6 o'clock, the entire Cabrillo Boulevard area, working in collaboration with the staff so that the public understands the rules. They have a great time. They enjoy Santa Barbara. They enjoy the fireworks. They enjoy the 4th of July, and they enjoy a patriotic celebration the way it's intended. We never come to this council for any money. We don't ask for a grant or anything, but we probably will someday if we wanted to get bigger or what have you. But what we do have is support from the community on simple phone calls and emails from Bunnin Chevrolet is supporting us. The Santa Barbara Bowl Foundation is supporting us. Montecito Bank and Trust, American Riviera Bank, the Berryman, Ablets, Giffen Rental, Rick O'Shea and his family foundation, Solwave Water, and Dario Pini Investments. All of them have contributed in one form or another in funding or some other supplies or other things that we need. We have vendors that'll be out there with food for the public that's coming down. We're gonna have Timbers Roadhouse. This is the family that ran Woody's Barbecue for years. Bombazos, burritos, Litos, Philly cheesesteaks, and Tinkers will be out there. Plenty of food on Cabrillo Boulevard, all coordinated, essentially right where the Land Shark Park's, just down a little bit for people coming down. We're gonna have rules out there with no pits, no alcohol, no smoking and vaping, but a lot of fun. Whatever's left, a lot of fun. Our performers are gonna be youth bands, some of them from local music schools. We're gonna give kids a pro stage to perform on in front of a big crowd. They can videotape, put it on their social media, and have a lot of fun sharing with their friends, including guitar music. We're gonna have fiesta dancers. We have a representative from Old Spanish Days in the audience, David Bolton here, and his organization, the Old Spanish Days nonprofit, is gonna bring some dancers up. So we have a cross promotion with that. The La Boheme dancers, City College is bringing out the brass band to play patriotic songs called Slideways. And we'll have a patriotic grand finale and some youth singers singing patriotic songs. I wanted you to know that Roger Perry, Kim Stabile, Drew Wakefield, and Hector Hurtado, along with myself, have collaborated with your departments, police, fire, public works, the Parks Department, waterfront, Harbor Patrol lifeguards, and your park foundation has made this possible by taking those checks for nonprofit, and Michelle over there has gone above and beyond with customer service. So thanks to all the departments, and especially to Michelle and all that's done. And finally, Marburg at the end will clean it up. We tell the audience to pack out what they pack in, and I get down there at 6 o'clock the next morning to make sure your beach is restored back to the public the way we found it. Thank you. We invite the public to come down, have an all-American patriotic celebration in Santa Barbara, and we'll see you on the 4th of July.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Palmentary. Next speaker is Victoria Valente. Will be followed by Gary McDonald.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. Last time I stood here was March 10th, 2020. It seems like so long ago. I'm here today to express a concern. I've been trying to make an appointment with you, Mayor Rouse, and I have emailed and called Holly, and I wanted to know if I'm following the right steps and procedures. Could you, I'm here to get some direction. I realize we can't have back and forth conversation, but is Holly here?
She's not today, but I'll check in with her.
Okay, that was the purpose of my, my visit, and I've heard back from a couple council members, and I just have had trouble the last few weeks, or months, actually.
Okay, very good. I'll do that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Gary McDonald, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Gary McDonald, and I don't know if I checked the wrong box, but I'm here about the downtown corridor and the Fiesta Parade.
Are you here to speak about the State Street promenade?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's coming up later on.
Okay, so
yeah,
I
that's
probably
not-
checked the wrong
Thank
box.
you.
All right.
Appreciate that. I'll keep that aside. And Nico, do we have anybody online?
We have one hand raised.
Okay, may I have that speaker, please?
Yes. Aaron Ashland, you are unmuted and can go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse and City Council. I was calling today to kind of reflect on the way things were before COVID and how unsafe State Street was. As I recall, the police seemed to have kind of I don't know, it seemed like they were kind of disenfranchised because homeless people that they'd arrest would be let out quickly after. And it was kind of a hands-off thing. And I know the city's done a lot and the homeless organizations in town have done a lot. But when I hear that we're short-staffed in the police department by, I think it's about 20 officers, I'm really concerned about the promenade and State Street and the safety for everybody moving forward. I've been saying we need more attention down here. And about a half an hour ago, one of my employees said they think they're witnessing a drug deal. So I stepped out onto Haley with my phone and started recording a woman selling drugs on her bicycle, maybe about to do drugs with the gentleman that's homeless that she was either selling or giving them to. So I have this all in video. If one of you guys will email me, I'd be happy to forward it to whatever police officer can maybe do something about this. But I'm not kidding, guys. Like, I'm here day in and day out, and we really need more attention down here. There was a man that died of overdose on Monday on the 600 block, and another man that was resuscitated who may or may not still be alive on Wednesday. So we need more help, not less help. And so what I want to say is that one of the most important things in small business that I learned about when you're short-staffed is that you make sure you don't lose someone you have. And so I keep pushing on you guys to give the police some money for gas or something that would help kind of defer some of the costs and the increased expenses that they've been seeing. And I talked to a couple officers the other day, and they said that all the younger officers live at least an hour away. So this is challenging them tremendously, and they're short-staffed. So now they have to do more work when they are working, and they're driving an hour each way to get home and to get back to work. So please, I want you to really consider whoever does our recruiting, we need to rethink this. We need a better, more compelling offer, because if we don't change the way we're doing things, we're not going to get more police, and we need more moving forward. As what I think is going to happen is that the promenade will get busier and we need more attention, hopefully all in a positive way, but something that we should really be considering. So please, whoever's in charge of recruiting, and maybe it's you guys that need to up the ante, but we really need to make sure that we're not short-staffed as these people go out and put their lives on the line to protect us and the safety of our city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there other public speakers online?
We have one other hand raised.
Okay, may I have that public speaker, please?
Michael Barris, you are unmuted and can go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Just wanted to say also congratulations to Parks and Recreation. I'm glad you all are being celebrated, and it's great. So thank you very much for what you do. I appreciate it. My community appreciates it, and thank you for everything. It makes Santa Barbara home. I wanted to actually talk about a recreation topic, and that specifically is about adult recreational softball. And I just wanted to ask if the city would reconsider bringing back adult softball as a activity. Currently, that need is being met by Elings Park, who has a adult softball program. But at the moment, there are teams that just cannot sign up and cannot play because there are a lot of teams that want to play, and spots are limited and people are turned away. So I wanted to offer back that it was, I believe, back in 2019 that the city ended a contract with a group called Major League Softball. They did a great job in offering these services to the community, and I would just like to say that we still have a really strong, softball group that wants to play a lot, and we would love to play more in those city parks. That's all, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. And we have one final public speaker, and that'll be it for the general public comment. May I have that speaker, please?
Yes, Tara Taylor, you are unmuted and can go ahead.
Hi, how are you? My daughter and I are actually calling you from State Street today. We saw the request for community feedback on whether or not State Street should remain open or closed.
Excuse me, that's an item that's coming up on the agenda, so we'll be addressing that in a little bit here. So we'll wait for comment on that, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
sure. Thank you.
And Mr. Clerk, is that it for public comment?
Those are all the hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Okay, let's move to the consent calendar. Do you have some items to read?
I do. Item 3, adoption of an ordinance moving the alcoholic beverage retail establishment ordinance from Chapter 28.80 to Chapter 28.77 to correct a non-substantive clerical error. That council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara directing the recodification of ordinance number 6026, alcoholic beverage retail establishments, as Chapter 28.77 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code. Item 4, adoption of a resolution to authorize the city to receive and spend CalRecycle grant funds. That council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 21-045, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2022 for CalRecycle grant funds. Item 5, adoption of a resolution and authorization for cooperative agreement for the Modoc Road multi-use path extension, Santa Barbara Junior High multi-use path gap closure on Cota Street, and San Andres Street Safe Crossings and Lighting Project. That council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 21-045, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2022 to appropriate Measure A, Cycle 5 grant funds and the city funds for the Modoc Road multi-use path extension, Santa Barbara Junior High multi-use path gap closure on Cota Street, and San Andres Street Safe Crossing and Lighting projects. Item 6, adoption of a resolution regarding records destruction for the Human Resources Department. That council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara relating to the destruction of records held by the Human Resources Department. Item 7, adoption of resolution to increase professional services contract with GSI Environmental Inc. and amendment of contract. That council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 22-059, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2023 to appropriate funds for professional services contract for airport poly and perfluoroalkyl substance investigation efforts. And item 17, adoption of resolution and public hearing modifying the 2019 Management District Plan of the Santa Barbara South Coast Tourism Business Improvement District. That council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara modifying the 2019 Management District Plan of the Santa Barbara South Coast Tourism Marketing Business Improvement District.
All right, very good. Does anybody on council need to pull an item? I do have a request from Mr. Friedman from item number 2. Anybody else on council need to pull another item? I also have a request for item 10. If you would read that into the record, please, Mr. Clerk.
So item 2 and item 10, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
Item 2, minutes. And item 10, contract for feasibility study update for General Western Aero Hangars restoration at Santa Barbara Airport.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Friedman, item 2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick correction on the minutes for June 7th, item 20. The minutes reflect that the no votes on that item were Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Sneddon. The no votes were Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. And if we could just make that correction.
So noted, thank you. All right, we'll go to item 5, which is Mr. Wentz would like to speak. Scott Wentz, please. You have 3 minutes at the podium.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Scott Wentz representing Cars Are Basic. We find this kind of an interesting item because the City of Santa Barbara Recreation Department confirmed its analysis of the Ortega Park and the parking issues and the transportation circulation in the area that Cars Are Basic had presented 2 years earlier and stated would be the problem. The Coda bike path, multimodal path, if you wish, has been part of a plan that is part of a loop concept that the Bicycle Coalition presented a number of years earlier. That loop concept has not worked. You have not seen increased number of bicyclists on the east side going out on Coda to downtown and coming back in on Haley Street. So you have a problem here. You have a program that was supposed to be working, hasn't worked, has had a number of years doing it, has made problems for the residential area in and around the Coda Street area. And it's wonderful that the Santa Barbara Recreation Department has confirmed that for us. The other thing is your transportation plan for bicycles is based upon demand. Well, let me give you an example. The demand on MoDOC has not been there. And when you see that the city has to come in and take out bulb outs that have been placed in as part of that multimodal path, you know that there's something wrong with the design. Well, if you have demand as being the driver for these programs and the demand isn't there, you have a problem. And I'll give you another example, which is not on this one, but we had a camera go out and do a bike count on Sola Street the other day. 2 days, 8 hours a day, total 12 bicyclists. We have the raw video and we'd be happy to give the city if they want it. You have a problem here. Your programs are driven by a concept that has not been proven. The demographics and the epidemiology of the community has worked against you and is working against you in the state of California. And you won't discuss it with us. You just run right through. This is what we have. This is the new normal. No, it isn't. And the closer we get back to returning to a normal economy, the closer we're coming back and people are demanding more access to the streets with their automobiles. Thank you.
Thank you. For item number 10, I have Fermina Murray.
Mayor Rouse, council members here and virtual, thank you. Glad to be here. You had gotten my letter about the historic hangars at the airports. I'm not repeating anything. I just want to say that you got also letters from Joel Rothman and Tom Modugno and others. And I just want to say that there is a lot of support for restoring and leaving those hangars in their place. And the community is, we're ready to work with you and the airport to forward the project. And I was just very glad that you have this contract before you to, for the feasibility study. my letter, of course, I am encouraging you that you go ahead and hire a qualified restoration historian to work with the engineers, LMA architects. We have a tremendous precedent at the airport with the old terminal building, how it was saved, reconstructed, moved, and now it's such a wonderful thing to see. When you drive to the airport, the first thing you see is the old terminal before you come to the main new terminal. And I think what happened there, all the methods and the goodwill and the will to save it can be applied to these two hangars. There's a lot of joy in Goleta, in Santa Barbara, and everywhere we go. People are coming forward and tell us what to do. And we've got a lot of nice response from you and other council members, especially Eric Friedman, who represents the district where the airport is. Very grateful. And you know, I'm always here. People need help. I'm happy to help. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then finally, we have the public hearing, item 17, about the 2019 Management District Plan of Santa Barbara South Coast Tourism. Does anybody make comment on that? Okay, with that, then I would take a motion from council regarding the
I'll move the consent calendar.
consent calendar by Jordan,
I second.
second by Alejandro Gutierrez. Would you have a roll call, please, Mr.
Oh,
Clerk?
I'm sorry. Is that with the change in the minutes?
That's correct. Thank you. Without further comment, I will go ahead and take a roll call vote, please.
This is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez to move forward with the consent calendar with a change to the minutes item. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. All right, very good. And with that, we'll move to, as we say at the big top, the main event. So there is, Madam Administrator, we have the public speaker's lips. There's a fair amount of interest in this item. So that we can hear from more people, we're going to have 2 minutes per speaker. You may combine speakers up to 5 minutes with yourself and 3 others at 1 minute per, if that's your desire. If you're online, it'll be just the 2 minutes only, standing solo. And we will begin public comment here after we get a staff report.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. I am Jessica Grant, the interim Public Works Downtown Manager, here to provide a State Street interim operations update. Really, the update will focus on the interim operations since the adoption of the Economic Recovery Extension and Transition Ordinance that went before you in January and adopted in 2022. And then we are also asking for feedback on when parades should return to State Street, and then if there should be a portability requirement for the businesses that have on-street facilities, like dining facilities or retail. And then the third item is to direct staff when to return to council with additional updates with respect to design standards, usage fees, size of the in-street facilities. I'll go into more detail in the presentation. So again, just a little background. There was an emergency order back in May of 2020. That is what created the State Street Promenade to close to vehicular traffic, further documented in the Emergency Economic Recovery Ordinance. and that was set to expire in March of 2022. And then the latest ordinance that we have related to sort of the interim operations of State Street is the Economic Recovery Extension and Transition Ordinance. And very long titles on all of those. But what the latest ordinance basically allowed is for businesses to continue expanded outdoor business areas and parklets citywide until December 31st, 2023. It also allowed for the continued closure of State Street while there is a longer-term effort going on right now with the State Street Master Plan effort that is anticipated to take about 2 years for that planning effort. And then for the general plan to be updated as well to document that the State Street is currently closed to vehicular traffic in the promenade area, which defines the 500 to 1200 blocks of State Street. There was also specific direction too as it related to emergency access that needed to be in place by March 8th, 2022. So to recap the compliance so far since the February adoption of this ordinance, in February and March, we worked really close with the businesses on the promenade to establish a 20-foot fire lane. We have had a good compliance rate, almost 100% associated with the fire lane. We did have to file one criminal complaint. One of the items that we've been working on too and continue to work on is accessibility compliance for the in-street dining. The compliance rate is definitely not as high as the emergency access lane requirement. We have about a little over half of the businesses in compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. And we continue to work with the businesses. The enforcement effort on that is a little bit more drawn out with the administrative citation process, but there were 19 businesses that have received notices of violation. Then there is a follow-up if there's no compliance administrative citation, and then there's another potential for administrative citation. So essentially after those 3 strikes, we would ask for the business to not have their in-street facility. Right now in the enforcement process, we're right around the stage of administrative citations being issued. Most of these violations are fairly minor, and we're talking about inches and a quick modification to a table or an addition of a compliance ramp, etc. So we hope to achieve full compliance hopefully soon. So the items that we're seeking direction from council today, one of them being is when should parades return to State Street? Since some of our meetings, we have understood that for parades to return for parade event organizers, that approximately a 7 to 8 month lead time is needed. So the venue is known and for them to coordinate with all their vendors and parade participants. We've also had lots of meetings with the businesses as well. They recommended at least a 6-month lead time if they needed their businesses to go portable in order to accommodate the parades on State Street. Just as a frame of reference, about 18 of the 44 businesses currently are in a portable configuration. And staff would need time to do public outreach as well as parades were to return to State Street. So again, we're asking for direction today on that. From a staff perspective of knowing what those lead times, I think the soonest parades could return would be June of 2023, if that was the direction from council. The other issue that we're asking feedback on is for businesses of when they should return or to portable configurations. And by portable, we mean that the items in the facility are capable of being removed within a 24-hour notice. They could be removed without mechanized equipment. And the reasons for portability, one being for parades, but there's also other reasons for portability, to do proper street cleaning maintenance, and if there was a large storm event. For parades to return, we do recommend that all the businesses would have portable configurations. It's something for staff, and we do have police and fire here today as well. But it would be a concern that we would need the right-of-way free and clear for in the street if parades were present. We could speak more to that later. Again, for really deep cleaning of the street, that it really does favor a more portable setup. But there's trade-offs, just again for look and feel as we see now, to going all to portable configuration with related to aesthetics. And there's also costs involved too. The businesses had to reconfigure their spaces to accommodate the 20-foot fire lane. This would be another change, and all of the changes do cost money. And again, if there's portability too, there's what we've heard is concerns of that there's not enough real estate in the business to pick up all the tables and chairs to store them at their facility. Then there's additional costs for where can they store those temporarily, either in a van or truck off-site. But again, all of that is done with financial means. So today we are asking if council for direction on the timing of portability. Some of the other items for future council discussion, and we're recommending just direction on when we should return for these items. We've been working closely with the State Street Ad Hoc Committee, and some of the recent topics relate to design standards. Currently, we have design guidelines, but on some of the topic areas, from platforms to enclosed materials, furniture, lighting, overhead elements, signage, or banners, or TVs or screens, working through some of those aesthetic issues and whether there needs to be any design requirements in place, or do these designs just remain as guidelines. So that's something that we would like to return shortly on, as well as a usage fee or rent of these on-street facilities. I think with a lot of conversations we've had with the businesses, that there is an understanding and that there would be at some point a usage fee associated with using space within the right-of-way. Some of the things that we're discussing is it a flat fee? Is it per square footage? Is it a combination of both? So that's something, again, we'd like to return to council on to discuss in more detail. In addition to that is the size of the facility. There's current for the business frontage. Some of the facilities are the same width as the business frontage. Some are 1.5 times or 2 times as large as the business frontage. And if there should be any restrictions associated with that. And some of that is also tied into usage fee discussions. Paralleling, since the ordinance was adopted, the city did receive some ARPA funding. Some of those monies did go to downtown parking. One of the items was for decorative lighting enhancements on State Street, and we received $50,000 from City Council. Staff did conduct a night audit and have recommendations on where to infill decorative lighting. Right now, the decorative lighting is essentially at all intersections along the promenade, and then at mid-blocks along the promenade. But there are opportunities between the mid-block and the intersections to have the nice horizontal string lighting. And there's also some of the zero blocks adjacent to the promenade areas that could benefit from some decorative lighting, as well as just north and south of the promenade. So south would be the 400 block of State Street. We have recommendations to add decorative lighting on that block. And then on the 1300 block, which is where the Arlington is, to have some lighting on that block as well. Our current costs that we're investigating is right around the $75,000 mark that we could cover the difference. We're looking to make those orders soon so we could have that in time for fall. The other funding that we received is on-street deep cleaning. And this would essentially be the pressure washing that would be done on a quarterly basis. So that would be beginning just shortly as we move into our next fiscal year in a few days, July 1st. We do receive a lot of questions, and I'm not going to go over the slide in detail of what our existing cleaning operations are of the promenade area. We have a mix of what we contract out, and we also have of what staff is responsible for. But as far as for street cleaning right now, we do have commercial street sweeping, sorry, tongue-tied, 3 days a week. And then you'll also see the mini scrubber around, often the scrubbing and sweeping the promenade area. And again, there's daily just cleaning of the sidewalks and litter removal. The restrooms are cleaned 3 times a day. We have lots of landscaping maintenance as well. But after also meeting with a lot of the business community and downtown organization and chamber, there's always ways to improve maintenance. And so I wanted just to highlight as we move into the new fiscal year is that we are adding additional in-street janitorial services for 7 days a week, adding hourly maintenance staff for all-day spot cleaning. We're increasing hand cleaning of the zero blocks, adding weekly pressure washing of State Street sidewalks, adding monthly pressure washing of the zero blocks. And again, what I just mentioned is the deep cleaning, the quarterly deep cleaning will be occurring as well. Some of the other items is looking at other potential pilots as we're in this very much interim phase right now. One of the items that we analyzed in the areas that are lighter on in-street outdoor dining facilities was to look at ways to activate State Street. One of the concepts that was analyzed was a one-way vehicular traffic concept from the 700, 800, and 900 blocks of State Street. The anticipated cost for that was about $130,000. We reviewed in general with the State Street Ad Hoc Committee just some of the operational and maintenance concerns with this potential concept because we don't have any alleyways in behind State Street, so it becomes a little bit difficult with deliveries and then the ongoing, and then having the vehicular traffic opened up for that. And then there was some concerns too with emergency access as well. And we can go into that further during council questions. But we received direction from the ad hoc committee to not move forward with this pilot at this time. And there was a general feeling that there was additional ways to activate State Street. We have met with the downtown organization that they had been brainstorming 2 of other non-vehicular ways to activate the State Street area. While we don't have a formal request, we know that there's potential interest for other ways of State Street activation. With that concludes the presentation. Again, we're asking for today for direction for timing for parades and portability, and when we should return to council to go into more detail with design standards and other items such as usage fees and size of these in-street facilities. With that, that concludes my presentation. I did want to note, and there's lots of members we could see in the audience that will be speaking today. We did receive a fair amount of emails. I think I counted at least at by 12:40, we had about 80 emails. And in general, just a quick summary of those, if you didn't have the chance to go through all of them. There was just a lot of support just to keep the parklets in this interim concept continuing to move forward. There are more in the minority to not have parklets and continue to or revert back to way State Street was pre-pandemic. There were some other items as well mentioned in the various emails as it relates to a couple emails for the parades to be elsewhere, and when there was a few to have parades return to State Street. And then there was just some general comments on rent, design, and portability. There were some comments for the configuration to remain for the 1300 block, which is just north of the Promenade and Victoria as it stands right now. And there was a couple comments on cyclists. So with that, I conclude the
Okay, thank you, Ms.
presentation and
Grant. Are
happy
there
to
questions?
answer questions.
Are there questions from council?
have a question.
Let's see, Ms. Snedden, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So I'm not sure if it would be appropriate this time. I have two questions, but also maybe to round out a little bit the recommendations from the ad hoc committee. Would you like to hear those at this time or when we get to discussion?
You can go ahead, I mean, from the ad hoc committee, it would be appropriate if the ad hoc committee spoke during the staff presentation, so go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. And then the other members may have things to add as well. But on portability, we had the general recommendation that existing structures be allowed to stand as they are, and any new outdoor dining facilities, then we recommend that they might need to be portable. For design standards, we're recommending moving into those being standards and not guidelines, but we did have some changes to our recommendations of what those might be. So our recommendation is to move forward with that on any new and existing things like materials and limitations on having any writing or logos on umbrellas or cloth or signs outside, and different recommendations about signage, not having flashing lights, not having directed outdoor amplified music. We had recommendations about umbrellas, that they could be any color, but then we had specific colors for railing materials or platform materials or built material. We are recommending that we start charging rent on facilities, not just to recover costs of to the public of maintaining this program, but also some additional fees that can benefit the public as well. And we did talk about ranges of what those are, but we are recommending that we do charge a fee. For the size, for the on-street facilities, we had discussed going up to a 200% of store frontage size. We did recommend that it could go beyond the store frontage, with the general recommendation that there be one cost for a permit for the store frontage, and then a higher premium for outside of that store frontage, and that would be revocable and with permission of your neighboring properties. And we were very clearly not in favor of bringing vehicular traffic back. We appreciated the analysis of that, did not come from the ad hoc committee, and we pretty squarely did not recommend that at all at this time. But I wanted to make sure I got those across, that the ad hoc committee has really considered these further recommendations, but thought it would be a good time to get full council input, that we're heading in the right direction. I think that I can speak for us that we are committed to continuing this program. And then on terms of portability, really the goal is cleanliness, and we think that that could be put on the business owners to be responsible for making sure that we can get that done. But we don't see portability as the mechanism to require to get there. And then after that, I do have a couple questions, one for our police chief, but I'll wait and see if there are other comments from the ad hoc.
All right, very good. Well, next up is Ms. Harmon.
Councilmember Sneddon was going to go if there were no questions from the ad hoc. She can finish her, or no other comments from the ad hoc. She can finish her questions.
Well, just 1 second then. So, Mr. Jordan, are you making comments for the ad hoc? Okay. Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
I just want to reinforce one of the unanimous determinations by the ad hoc committee, and that is that the background on that, there still seems to be a misinterpretation of the E in the ERETO as that it's an emergency. We no longer have an emergency ordinance. We have an economic and recovery ordinance and transition ordinance. And our unanimous recommendation is that we expressly clear up and ask council to endorse that stance, that we will be supporting continued use of State Street for business operations, regardless of COVID or any other consideration, that we see those business operations in the street as a permanent addition to State Street going on. And I think the three of us agree on that, and we will be asking today for council to weigh in on that and give clear direction to staff that that's the way we're going to proceed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. Ms. Sneddon, are you ready to wait, or do you need your questions now, or should I go ahead with Ms. Harmon?
Either way, I have 2 questions. Either way.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and ask those? We'll get those kind of part of the staff presentation, i.e. Ad hoc committee. So go right ahead.
Thank you. Well, one question I have is, well, they're both about enforcement of different issues. And one is about enforcement of ADA issues. And we did meet with members of the accessibility committee, and there was a recommendation that we have more regular enforcement of ADA non-compliance. And I wanted to ask staff if there would be an opportunity for us to have a full-time position for that, not just State Street, but maybe throughout the city, or recommendations on that, on how we can address that more thoroughly. I know right now it seems to be a lot of managers who are performing this task, and it's very time-consuming but necessary, and just a question on what we could do to really prioritize the ADA compliance, or what could be helpful in that.
And then, Ms. Sneddon, if you go ahead and ask your second question, we'll get them both at once, please.
So my second question has to do with enforcement of illegal behaviors on State Street. And it was a question for well, both our police chief and maybe city attorney also about, is it time now that we could start enforcing sit-lie on State Street more aggressively? And what we would need to be able to do that. So those are my 2 questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Who would like to address, Ms. Grant, are you going to address the ADA?
Yes, I will address the ADA question.
Go right ahead, please.
Okay. So Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Sneddon, thank you, Councilmember Sneddon, for the question. For accessibility, yes, we've had limited resources and staff on this effort is a very important effort for the businesses to be in compliance with ADA. We are in process, and we have had additional support for certified access specialists through a consultant that we'd like to still continue with some of that. We will investigate a full-time enforcement officer. We see a need beyond ADA and a support function in Public Works that right now structurally does not exist. But all of that, it comes funding and resources for that. And as you heard in the past couple months of the state of the budget with the downtown parking, you know that the budget is not doing well. And so we need to be creative on funding sources. And maybe there's additional fees tied with the usage fees that we have additional monies for additional resources and staff enforcement associated with that.
In short, we're conscious of, and we are putting effort towards that at the very end.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Colon, do you want to address the sit-lie? Or is that a better law enforcement one?
I think that's better directed to the police.
Okay. Chief, if you wouldn't mind?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Sneddon, members of council, the police department does, in fact, enforce the sit-lie ordinance, but it does carry with it some interesting requirements that make it a little bit labor-intensive. It is restricted by hour, and it is required that we warn the person prior to citing them, and they must be warned in the place where they are. So if somebody is in one location, they're warned, so they move 2 blocks to another location. We have to do that again. To date, just so you know, in the last 90 days, we have issued 14 sit-lie violations, 6 of which were in the downtown corridor. The effort is labor intensive. We can look more closely at it, but there's some broader concerns with regards particularly to enforcing against the homeless population that are probably worthy of some conversation.
Thank you, Chief. Very good. Anybody else for the chief? All right, thank you very much, Chief. We'll go to Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Council Members Sneddon and Jordan, for your summary of the ad hoc process. That was extremely, extremely helpful and actually answered quite a few of my questions. So thank you for that. I do just sort of want to ask a little bit about process and community engagement. I continue to remain concerned, and I certainly understand that the State Street Advisory Committee is tasked with looking at the master plan, and that they are not allowed, I think, not allowed by law to make decisions related to this interim phase. But I continue to be concerned that we're making decisions about things like design, making a statement about the permanent and continued use of State Street for business operations, which, by the way, I fully support, but doing so without giving that committee an opportunity to weigh in. I mean, we have this whole body of really diverse community stakeholders constituted, and they aren't giving any input. So I guess that's a long-winded way of asking a question about have we given any thought, or do we have any concern about whether the decisions that we make right now will have any impact on that master planning process? And where is sort of the nexus between these two processes? Are they entirely parallel and never the twain shall meet? Or is there an opportunity even to get feedback from the committee? That's question one. And I guess sort of regardless of the answer to that, and I apologize, I'm not sure who that's appropriately directed to, maybe Ms. Grant. Secondarily, what is the process for community engagement on some of these issues moving forward? I'm thinking particularly about design standards. Do we have a robust engagement process? Are we saying this is just interim, so we're not going to be doing the kind of engagement and outreach on these types of standards? Where are they coming from, I guess, is really sort of the root of my question. Are we just making them up, or are we getting them from somewhere? Thank you.
All right, very good. Are you going to address both of those, Ms. Grant? Is that?
Mayor Rouse, I would like to defer to the State Street Ad Hoc Committee for some of their outreach, and then I'll follow up with what staff has done with related to outreach.
And Mayor Rouse, I can take a stab at the
Yeah, let's-
economic recovery transition ordinance period is completely, in my mind, and I'm happy to have other staff weigh in differently as well as council, but this is a short-term ordinance that's been put in place for restoration of economic order, recovery, and I do think there's an opportunity to test drive State Street during this period, and that might inform the activities of the State Street Master Plan. I know that the way that you have created that at the committee, subcommittee for State Street is challenging, because in order to get the input and the participation of stakeholders, they necessarily have to have a interest. Some of them necessarily have to have an interest in the success of State Street, so that creates somewhat of a challenge. We can talk with our attorney's office and see if there's a way to figure out whether there are things that they'd like to see recommended as, quote, test drives, but you're getting pretty clear direction from your ad hoc input that right now they just want to continue the State Street as it is in order to keep the economic recovery going on. So I think that creates them being necessarily separate.
Well, I know from my standpoint, Ms. Harmon's questions are critical because this interim is going to be a long interim. The idea that we're going to get back the consultant work in December of 2023 and then begin deliberations, and having been a veteran of Plan Santa Barbara and a few other things we've done in the past, this is not a short-term deal. So this is why we kind of be able to need to move forward and give some sense of certainty to what the process is going to be going forward. So I don't know if anybody has more input on that, but I would like to move along until we get to public comment. But if you have anything from anybody want to weigh in on that, that's Mr. Friedman, you got your hand up, I believe?
Yeah, it's
not to that, though. Okay, we'll go right ahead, then we'll go ahead with your comment in case anybody thinks something. Right ahead.
Okay, I have some questions. So the first for the committee is what was the thought process on not allowing all parades to return? I know you talked about non-vehicular, but that or not basically foot traffic, but it doesn't include Fiesta, doesn't include 4th of July, and those. So what's the thought process behind excluding those parades?
Would you like me to answer some of those?
For anybody, staff. or the
Mr.
committee.
Gutierrez, yeah, if you'd like to take that. Well, we had a little trouble with the audio here, so I think, or maybe it's just Jordan.
Sure,
and
and my colleagues on the ad hoc, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
My colleagues on the ad hoc and city staff, feel free to interrupt if I'm saying anything grossly inaccurate. But from our understanding, at least from my understanding, when I'm speaking to these property owners and business owners on State Street, I made it very clear to them every time we discuss these issues that these issues that we're talking about right now are subject to change once the master plan is completed. So, and they even use that as a point to us as to why it wasn't feasible for them to constantly be changing what they have, because once the master plan is set, it could potentially all change again. So they're asking us, let's just keep it the way it is now. Keep it as compliant to the codes and the laws that we have now, so that when the master plan's set, we can change it, because obviously it's going to have to. So I hope that answers some of your questions, Mayor Pro Tem Harmon. The other question, Mr. Friedman, can you repeat what your question was?
I think you just answered that. That question was, why did you support having some parades, foot traffic parades, but not having parades open to vehicles such as Fiesta Parade or 4th of July?
So yeah, that does go along with that question as well. But also, police and fire were telling us that they just didn't feel that it was safe to have parades on such a narrow route. So they were, you know, basically telling us that it'd be best to reroute those parades off of State Street. And furthermore, I was actually personally surprised to hear the business owners and the property owners tell us consistently that the parades don't really benefit them very much. People don't actually go into their businesses during parades very much. So it was actually costing them to be able to have a parade. And it was even put to me, you know, we have about 6 parades a year. So to force these businesses to change their entire setup again, which could cost up to tens of thousands of dollars for 6 days out of the year, just doesn't pencil out, and it doesn't seem to make much sense for them viably, considering the complications that go along with it. Not only do they have to pay for this new setup, then they have to figure out some way of storing it and putting it back up on State Street. It just seemed not feasible, to be honest, and especially since once the master plan's set, we're gonna just change it all up on them again. So yeah, I hope those statements kind of answer your questions.
That helps clarify on that. I have a couple more questions. Like my questions on ADA and enforcement were already asked, so I appreciate my colleagues. The next one on the expanded capacity, because I know this has come up where there'd be I guess you'd have it in front of your parcel, and if we wanted to expand it, there'd be a premium as the proposal if you wanted to go beyond, and there'd be, as the proposal now is, you'd have to get permission from the store next to you. Has there been any thought or discussion on restroom facilities and potential impacts to vacancies on State Street? Because some of what I've heard is that some of the restaurants, when they do the expanded, they reach the capacity for restrooms and they're part of a larger consortium of properties. So the other properties don't have the ability to rent out because there isn't access to the restrooms unless a new restroom facility is put in. So I'm just wondering if any of that came up in discussion. That's been an item that has been communicated to council. So if anyone from staff or the committee could answer that. And my concern here is that by expanding it, we could actually be limiting our ability to decrease some of the vacancies on State Street. So if anybody could talk to that.
I could speak to that one.
Go ahead, Mr. Knupp.
Unless, yeah. So some of our thinking was, and after talking with some business owners, that by expanding outside is because they're limiting inside. So it's rare that you're at capacity inside and outside. It's more that the outside seating compensates for people not wanting to be inside, and that over time, on average, it is about the same number of people. And I'll give one example of one business, Arigato. They closed their indoor upstairs area. They limited their seating inside and expanded outward. So with kitchen capacity, with bathroom capacity, those are issues. And that's, I won't pretend that we're unified on that and the ad hoc committee, but that's been sort of a working model of thinking about that.
Okay. And then I did have just one more question at this point. Just since there was some request for future direction on for the ad hoc committee to go study aesthetics and other type of requirements for the outdoor facilities, and that at what point would, as you go back to do that, would you engage with groups such as the American Institute of Architects, AIA, HLC, ABR, to get that feedback? Because they're experts, they have the history of our aesthetics. We're talking about El Pueblo Viejo here, so we want to get that right. So I'm just wondering, what is their engagement in the temporary process, not the permanent one that the master plan is going to do, but the temporary process as we go back?
I could take that one as well. And this is to Mayor Pro Tem Harmon's question, also about public engagement. And Mayor Pro Tem Harmon, you'll remember on the previous State Street subcommittee, meeting that you chaired, we had very robust public outreach, and it was more stakeholder input and public input that overwhelmingly supported this use of State Street. And then in that process, also there were the design guidelines at that time. This is minor change suggestions to those guidelines, which isn't on today's agenda, but would be to make them standards. But this is that same group of Cass Ensberg, Anthony Grumbine, who volunteered their time, spent a tremendous amount of time really carefully looking at guidelines, also with other input. And those have been vetted by us as a council. They were vetted by the previous State Street Subcommittee. These are the same design guidelines that we as a council approved to move forward with as guidelines. So there would be, looking at them a little bit closer again to standardize them. But these have been vetted, they have been publicly viewed, presented, and we as a council already sort of gave our approval of those. So we have some minor changes to those as it moves forward, but the public engagement moving forward was very robust. And I think Mayor Pro Tem Harmon will remember, I think at the very end of those ad hoc meetings, not ad hoc, State Street Subcommittee meetings, I think you made it very clear that you did not want to sort of relitigate whether we were going to move forward with the closure or not, that we had done the robust process, that was closed out. We made our recommendation to council. And so I think it's proper to sort of rest on that very robust public outreach at the time.
I think that's very helpful that you're continuing to engage with the professionals and those historians, so thank you.
Okay, very good. If there are no more questions, I'd like to not get slid into deliberations if we can. Then there's Mr. Jordan.
I have just make just a comment that exactly what's happening today is exactly what should be happening. Council authorized an ad hoc committee to really get out there and get in the weeds, specifically kind of outside of the structure of a public hearing, so we could have, I'll just tell you, very blunt and frank conversations back and forth with staff that probably aren't appropriate in a hearing. And we're here today to listen to those type of questions or the concerns and get a touch point from council. This whole thing's like a child's game of set up dominoes. You have to push the first domino over and let it push other things, but we have to get some touch points agreed. Are we keeping the street closed? Are we going to go back to the street open, for example, as one of the first dominoes you push back over? So there's nothing that's going on here that's out of the ordinary. It should be expected and it should be welcomed, and I just want to make sure that we're framing it that way.
Ms. Gutierrez.
My question's for the chief. Chief, by having the State Street closed, has there been an increase in crime compared to when it was open?
Councilmember Gutierrez, I have not looked specifically at that. Crime across the city is down. I have not seen any indications that the closure of the street has corresponded to a rise in crime.
How about issues with homeless? Has it decreased? Is it?
I can't say whether it's increased or decreased over the last several years. It's certainly a significant issue, and certainly has been for the last 2 or 3 years, especially since the COVID outbreak began. It occupies right now homeless calls on the downtown corridor in the last 90 days are about 22% of our total calls for service.
Thank you.
All right, very good. With no further questions, we'll move into public comment. And for the folks online, it'll be coming in after we do the live
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Oh,
for city
okay, go
staff.
ahead. I can't see you guys up there, so I don't know when you're raising your hand.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
This is for city staff. If you can remind me, did we come up with a decision about allowing future parklets to be built? And if so, are the businesses that currently have permits approved but not built yet, are they still going to be allowed to build those parklets?
Ms. Clark?
Yes, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, through the mayor. We did not specifically talk about the topic for limiting new parklets. Everything is still, when a business opens up, they can choose on the State Street Promenade to open up an in-street facility per our current guidelines, as well as for parklets citywide, that is still allowed. I think if there was direction, if there's any new direction, then that's what we continue to monitor. And so we do have lists of certain businesses coming online or applications that we're reviewing right now. We just caution that there may be changes in the future, but nothing more than what is, again, available on the city website for the materials that they're required to go by.
And Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, I want to just remind council that the ad hoc committee was specifically talking about the interim operations on State Street, so there was little discussion really on anywhere else in the city. So if the full council wanted to give input on that, we would be interested in that as well.
Okay, yeah, because a few businesses and property owners were asking me whether State Street's going to have its own set of rules, or is it going to be whatever happens on State Street happens citywide, or that recently was brought to my attention. So I don't know if this is the meeting to have that discussion, or maybe we could table it for another one, but I just wanted to ask city staff for input on that.
Yes, Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, there are different guidelines, whether you're a parklet outside of the State Street Promenade. There's requirements for those, and then there's requirements for the promenade and street facilities. One primary difference is the in-street State Street promenades can be slightly wider than the outside of State Street businesses.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. So we're going to go to public comment. I want to announce for the folks online that we will take raised hands for the next 10 minutes, and then we'll close the raised hands for online comment. We'll do the in-person people first. I just want to open up by saying we are all trying to do the same thing. Nobody's talking about ripping this out by the roots. We're trying to make this function. We're trying to give some clarity and some certainty so people can plan. This is important that we get this right in the interim period, just as important as what the eventual work of the State Street Advisory Committee is. So some of the letters have indicated that they thought it was either black or white, and that's not the situation up here. We're all interested in the same things. So we're going to start out with Gary McDonald. We have 2 minutes at the podium. So there's a timer on the podium, so I'm going to keep you guys to it because we want to try to hear from everybody that's put a slip in.
I should be short and sweet. So.
I like that. I love that.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gary McDonald. I'm born and raised in Santa Barbara here, one of the few. I've been with Old Spanish Days probably 25 years now. And I work with the horses, wagons, and put on the parade. So my concern is about closing down State Street. It's an iconic parade. It's known all over the United States. We're one of the biggest equestrian parades in the United States, if you didn't know that. So I've talked to lots of people from around the country because we're downsizing our parade, and they're really interested in what's going to happen in the future. These are all horse people I'm talking about. And they like the iconic State Street route. And I'm kind of taking, not offense to what Mr. Gutierrez said about the police and the fire department saying, no, it's too narrow. We've had that parade almost 100 years on State Street, same with everything else. We do have police in the parade. We have the fire department in the parade with their wagons and floats. So as far as that comment, I don't buy it. So, and as far as bringing money downtown, that week brings a huge amount of money to Santa Barbara. You can check the records in the finance department. They agree it's a big money maker for this town. And we're a nonprofit. We do all the work, put it on, and jump through hoops to do this. And I just feel like State Street needs to stay open. as far as parades with portable parklets. And if you have walked down State Street at all, I've taken visitors from out of town and they're aghast the way it looks. It's a shanty town. Those aren't parklets. There's a few nice restaurants, the rest are abandoned. You got people selling rugs and parklets. You have people selling rugs at parklets and all that, so just, I agree, let's make it nice, and if you want to see a promenade, go down to Santa Monica. This is not a promenade we have out here. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Joe Wyland, followed by Scott Wentz.
City fathers and mothers, thank you for your discourse here. I'm a 30-year resident, May 35. I'm on State Street every daily, morning, noon, and evening. I've got a business across the street from us right here. This city's had a long history of hand-wringing about State Street. What can be done? It's dying. It looks like terrible. There's all this horrible stuff going on State Street. I've heard it, seen the conversations. I like the fact that we've had a change. The change has been very positive. State Street looks better than it's looked in 30-plus years. Some of the parklets could be prettier than they are, for sure. One of the great things we have is this, this Mediterranean climate. There's nothing better than having a dining experience outdoors. It's given to the entire city at this point. I'd like to go on the record as being a citizen of this city that encourages anything that we can do as a council, anything we can do as a government to encourage more enjoyment of the great outdoors here. And that would be beyond just the State Street corridor. That'd be the side streets. It would also be areas such as San Andreas. I see those parklets there as well as up on Cliff Drive. Let's see. In this area, culture of no change is very strong in Santa Barbara. We don't change easily. We've had a little miracle, and it happened, and we had a change. And that change has been very, very positive. It'd be very easy for instance, special interest groups to put a stop to that. I will encourage you guys to have as strong a leadership as you can, to not listen to the special interest groups, but rather than experience the beautiful change that's happened in our city. Thank you for your work.
All right, thank you. Scott Wentz, followed by Mary Arnold.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Scott Wentz representing Cars Are Basic. Surprise, CAB would like to see the State Street open. It's kind of interesting. One thing that I've never seen anybody on council or anybody within the community, including the Chamber of Commerce, do is take a look at State Street in the last 40 years. Every single time there's been a change to State Street and it hasn't worked and the local businesses haven't survived, the comment has been, well, we need to have a larger economic area to make it work. Well, take a look. It started up on Victoria down to Carrillo, and then it went down to De La Guerra. Didn't work. Santa Barbara continued to go downhill economically. Why did it go downhill? Because it did not apply to the human behavior. And what you had, every time there was a change, you had in the psychological syndrome, it's called the halo effect. Oh, this is great. Let's go down and take a look at this. Let's do this. Let's do that. And then after 5, 10 years, it went down again. Look at what happened to Ott's Old Town Mall. I can't begin to tell you how disappointed it has been. In the 80s and 90s, I had a real estate broker's license. My area of expertise was community development and recreational properties. I've designed international resorts in Latin America. I've had some of the top people consult with me, and they said every single time they've come in, don't do this. You now are facing the very problem you have. Downtown is becoming a restaurant and bar crawl. It doesn't have very much in the way of retail left. The only way you can do it is by taking an experiment. I know the experiment should be, let's go from Victoria to Carrillo, open State Street back up to what it was before, and see whether or not that helps the economy. Thanks.
Thank you. Mary Arnold, followed by Robin Elander.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mary Arnold, and I'm a 44-year resident of Goleta and retired from Santa Barbara City College. About a year and a half ago, or no, I guess it was last summer, my husband had knee replacement surgery, which is temporary disability. While he was recovering, we said, oh, well, let's go down and patronize one of the restaurants down on State Street. Guess what? We couldn't, because there was no way for me to drop him off in front of a restaurant on State Street because he was using a walker. And he couldn't walk from the parking lot, the off-street parking that are the traditional parking lots. So you all were talking about ADA. Well, you're talking about the restaurants having a ramp or the table wide enough to fit a wheelchair, whatever. But how are those people going to, that use a wheelchair, that use a walker, that use crutches, how are they going to get there? Because there's no way to drop off because State Street is closed. Also, now my husband's recovered, but we don't go down to State Street. It's inconvenient. The parking is inconvenient. I don't know where those cute new restaurants are that the restaurant guy talks about in the Independent because I can't drive down State Street and find them. Yes, I have an iPhone. Yes, I have Google Map. I know how to use all that. But previously, in my 44 years of living here, I drive down State Street and say, oh yeah, there's that restaurant that the restaurant guy was talking about. Oh look, there's a place that I can drop off my husband who's using a walker. But I can't do that. I don't know where anything is. It's very inconvenient. And the few times that I have gone down, walked on State Street myself in the last year and a half, I've been overrun by scooters or skateboards. So I don't feel very secure down there. It's trashy looking. I don't like it, especially now. The department store, I can't even think of it right now, but anyway, the one department store that I access on State Street there is surrounded by homeless people, and you kind of have to weed my way through them.
Can you wrap up, please?
Thank you. Thank you for your support.
All right, thank you. Robin Elander, followed by Torrey Granado.
Mayor and City Council members, members of the public, my name's Robin Elander, and I'm the Executive Director for Downtown Santa Barbara. Prior to my role at Downtown Santa Barbara, I've served as the Executive Director of the Summer Solstice Celebration for the last 7 years. The Downtown Santa Barbara team has met with many stakeholders regarding the issues on the table today. Unfortunately, making outdoor dining structures portable in reality has limited feasibility. Having a business move their outdoor dining facility or parklet in a 24 to 48 hour period due to a storm event or regularly on a designated cleaning or parade schedule has a lot of problematic elements. There's limited to no storage inside a business, and bringing the materials elsewhere becomes unsafe for those who are transporting and would take too long to organize. It is better to build them to remain in place with the ability to be cleaned with proper drainage. We as a community have collectively created a re-energized space that has attracted locals back to downtown as well as visitors. While still in need of tweaks, until there are specific guidelines for rent, aesthetic elements, etc., that are vetted in concert with businesses, and ideally a master plan in place that studies these issues in detail, giving certainty to businesses, is paramount. The stress involved with constant course corrections is too high and is hurting our business climate and potential new investment. By the way, I did snag another minute from a colleague. Opening 3 blocks of State Street to vehicles would make the space unsafe for pedestrians and bicyclists and disconnect one part of State Street from the other. I would recommend that the council and staff lean on our organization to test programming the space with our community partners instead. Regarding vehicular and foot parades on State Street and other routes, this all needs more time to navigate with parade organizers, traffic engineers, and businesses to determine how to best support parade spectators with ample parking, as well as support businesses and economic impact parades can bring, as well as continue the important, deep community traditions.
Ms. Elander, you're over your time, so
Thank you.
thank you. Torrey Granado, followed by Bob Stout.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Victoria Granado, and I am the general manager at M Special Brewing Company, which is on the 600 block of State Street. I've lived in town for about 12 years now, and have worked in the service industry downtown for about 10. So, I have a pretty good thumb on the pulse, I think, of what goes on downtown, especially with service industry members. And I see quite a few tourists every day. I talk to hundreds of people on a weekly basis. And recently I've been talking to people about how they feel about keeping State Street closed as a promenade. And I've felt that there's been an overwhelming amount of support, not only from fellow service industry members, but from tourists I speak to on a daily basis as well. Just expressing that they like being able to walk down State Street. They have access to retail stores. They have better access to restaurants and bars and breweries, and they seem to really have a positive outlook on what we've been doing lately, as well as other people that are in the service industry. It's a lot of young people that don't always have a voice to share in circumstances like this. So a lot of them have been very supportive of keeping State Street closed because it is their livelihood. The more business we have, obviously, the longer we're going to be able to live in this city. And I do agree with Mr. Gutierrez about the parade issue. It doesn't seem to bring as much business as we'd like regardless, but having State Street closed, I have seen an increase of foot traffic and an increase in business after the kind of rough 2 years that we've had. So yes, I appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to us and am supportive of keeping State Street closed for now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we got Bob Stout, who has getting time from Don Manalakis and from, I think that's Leila Jorge. So that gives you a total of 4 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thank my wife for giving me 2 minutes of her time. That may not happen anywhere else other than this room.
I
But
got news for you. She's only give you a minute. It's a minute per.
well, she gave me a
You
minute.
got 4 altogether.
You hear
So
that?
that's all you
Okay.
get, Don, sorry. Go
Okay,
ahead.
the clock's ticking. First off, thanks to everybody. I think what the mayor said earlier to start this is true. We're all here for the betterment of Santa Barbara. We've seen through the pandemic, the silver lining has been this, I think a gentleman mentioned sort of a miracle or a surprise, which is the reopening or the closing, however you depend to look at, however you want to look at it, of State Street. And we're here to make it better. I'd like to suggest that we look at the issues openly, and I've been urging people to do that, people I speak with, because so often it just gets to be us versus them, and you pit each other's arguments against each other. I think the issues of cleanliness, stormwater are serious. I think they can be addressed. I think we've worked with Public Works Department. I understand their issues, and I think those can be addressed. I won't go into detail. I think the inequity issue that some folks have brought up, that some places off of State Street or elsewhere don't benefit like those on State Street. I think that is an interesting issue, and I think it should be taken up. And I think the answer to that is by giving off State Street, by the City Council, giving off State Street locations the ability to create parklets has really, really helped. And I'd urge everybody to take advantage of that who hasn't. I think that further on the inequity issue, I do feel like we haven't created necessarily 1,300 or 1,400 or 1,500 more seats inside. I think Ms. Sneddon mentioned a lot of restaurants. If you go to them, especially in nice weather, you go inside, no one's sitting outside. The fact of the matter is people want to sit outside. We finally got an al fresco dining. It reminds people of the European Riviera. We call ourselves the Riviera here in Santa Barbara, and I think we've really seen a wonderful thing happen. I think it comes down to design and parades. I think everyone can agree that a lot of the parklets that were built not in haste, but rapidly as a result of what we all had to go through in March of 2020, basically the closing of our businesses, not just restaurants, but retail and everyone else. Our city was going to shut down. And we and you all up there and at City reacted quickly to keep us going. And certainly some of that was done in haste. I think design guidelines should be in place. I think rather than that going back to, I have great respect for HLC, the AIA, and others. I do feel like you should have some people at the table who know about the practicality of restaurant outdoor design. For instance, just a quick example, what you should consider. Patio heaters are 7 foot 6 inches tall. The fire department demands at least 24 inches above. So if you set a height guideline, it should be 9 foot 6. Just a simple example. Include people who know about these things as well. So the design guidelines have to be looked at. Personally, I'd love to just take a skill saw and some black paint and make a bunch of them look a lot better. I think there's things you could do right now. I'm not going to do that, but I think you could do a lot to take down the banners and such. And the overhead structures, a lot of people really need those to keep the dew and the moisture off them. I guess my time's doing here. I'm going to read something from Alan Hazard, which sort of summarizes how I think every retailer feels, or a lot of retailers feel. And my name is Alan Howard, owner of Antique Alley at 706 State Street. I've been in business at this location for 25 years. In regards to the promenade, I was initially in strong opposition to the closing of the street for fear my business would permanently shut down. However, with the new promenade, my business has more than doubled. We are doing better than ever. No one I talked to misses having cars on State Street. Most of the cars that used to come down to the street were just cruising, and we don't miss them. It's safer now and cleaner. As a very long-time business tenant downtown, I can honestly say this is the best thing to happen to Santa Barbara in a very long time. I really hope that City Council extends this. Other cities, many other cities, have extended it 2 years with a review tied to their master plan, and I hope that's what you do. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. And David Bolton back just in time. Come on up. Followed by Joyce. I'm going to screw this name up a year. Harrier, I think. I'm not really sure how to say that. So.
Mayor and members of the council, I'm David Bolton, first vice president this year of Old Spanish Days Fiesta. And I just want to thank you for doing everything you're doing possible for both our businesses and all the community partners. Old Spanish Days was formed in 1924 by a group of businessmen with the sole purpose of trying to bring business to downtown. So Old Spanish Days, even today, supports all of the businesses downtown, the restaurants that are becoming very vibrant. We also respect and look at our heritage and our culture, and things like the parade are so important, not only for Old Spanish Days, but Solstice is now nationally known. And hopefully there's a way that the restaurants can stay where they are, and we can bypass, for instance, the difficult blocks like the 500 blocks. We can still come from Cabrillo Boulevard at the beach, up 2 blocks of State, make a turn to Chapala, come across at Coda, 6 blocks all the way up. I walked Friday night all the way from Jane all the way down to Coda, and every place there's at least 35 feet. We have places on the parade normally that are much less than that. We put water barricades by the grandstands down at Cabrillo and State for horses. We have outriders that walk alongside for protection. There is a way. It's so important for this town. I was there for Solstice. It was great, but it's just not the same. We're seeing the impacts of Cabrillo Boulevard for the parade. Right now, our Mercado de la Guerra, half of the vendors that we normally have signed up. They're concerned that parade attendees will not be coming up all the way from the beach into town. So the impact on our nonprofits and our businesses that support those mercados are very big. I think there's a way, if everybody works together, maybe an ad hoc committee formed to keep the restaurants as they are. Right now, it's the only energetic thing we have downtown. It's great what they're doing. It's very great to see their success. But I think there's a way also, with safety in mind, that we can continue to have all of our parades. Our July 4th parade, our holiday parade, Solstice, and Fiesta. Thank you for considering that, and we're here to help in any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Joyce. I won't do that to your last name again, so go right ahead.
Thank you. I'm an RN, worked at rehab for many, many years. I see many of my patients down on State Street. It's not a problem. They enjoy it. I'm here to say the pandemic is not over. The virus is still haunting us, invading our bodies. I find the parklets diverse. Not everybody has the same profit margin to build parklets alike. I find State Street very attractive. I walk it every day. I live downtown. I enjoy eating outside, the socialization. It's like Plaza Mayor. I feel like, why would we go back to something we already did? The council's smart. I know they'll figure out a way to have parades. Cabrillo, I feel, is excellent, but I will stick to my RN expertise, and I say this virus is not gone. And I love downtown being closed.
Thank you. Richard Yates, followed by Adrian Lopez.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Rouse and council members. I'm Richard Yates from Opal Restaurant and Bar. I'd like to speak today on two separate levels, one aspirational and the other practical. First of all, huge kudos to the city of Santa Barbara for their quick, creative, and courageous action in responding to the pandemic with allowing businesses to expand their operations onto public property, city streets. Not everyone here may agree this is a good thing, and it's fair. You'll hear their viewpoints as well. But it does seem pretty clear that most locals and visitors and businesses think this is a good thing, the first thing that has revitalized downtown in the past 20 years. In its current form, is it perfect? No. But this emergency response to COVID, conceived of as a temporary measure to keep our city and businesses alive and provide some sense of normalcy to all of us during the worst event of our lives, has also pointed the way to a sustainable, vibrant future for Santa Barbara. It's a starting point, and there's much work to be done. But in our view, keeping downtown Santa Barbara and State Street pedestrian-friendly and allowing restaurants and other businesses to operate outdoors is the right way forward. But do keep in mind it's a starting point. And whatever its current deficits, let's not use that as a reason to jettison the whole concept of a promenade. Let's fix what's not working and make it better. And for those of us who've been able to do this, we need to do it fairly with respect for our neighbors. As an example, our wonderful neighbors, England Vokers and Salon and Spa, 1329, who for over a year and a half had allowed us an outdoor dining structure larger than our storefront, recently asked us to shrink that structure back to the width of our storefront. We were happy to do so, and we did last weekend. We believe this is a good example of all stakeholders working together to make this new, vibrant, pedestrian-friendly outdoor business environment sustainable for the foreseeable future. But on a practical level, the 6 outdoor dining facilities on our 1300 block of State and the Owen block of West Victoria face a possible recommendation from staff to return our 2 blocks to two-way streets from the one-way streets arrangement, which is currently working. We would like to ask the city to please consider recommending to the city staff that we do not return those to two-way streets, but keep the one-way so that we can be included in the concept of allowing things to operate as is, as the city's been allowing other restaurants to do. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Adrian Lopez, followed by Kristen Miller.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Adrian Lopez. I've been living here 21 years, all my life. And firstly, I'd like to express my great satisfaction with the current promenade configuration. I think this is, as other people have said, a really positive change for our community, and I look forward to many years of this. Secondly, and more primarily, I'd like to express a concern of mine regarding electric bikes, e-bikes, on the State Street Promenade. This concern, I believe, is shared by many other members of our community, judging from conversations I've had or overheard. And it is that I worry that the danger presented to State Street pedestrians by these e-bikes far outweighs any economic or touristic value that they might provide to our community. We have people speeding on all parts of the road and even sidewalks sometimes, presenting a real safety hazard and at least a nuisance to all the pedestrians. So I urge the council and community to consider these concerns and in the future work to develop measures for improving our safety regarding e-bikes on the promenade. And in my mind, this could range from limitations such as installation of a wide bike lane that e-bikes would be restricted to, or even a full-on e-bike ban. I think the promenade is not so large as to require e-bikes for mobility. I think people will agree that walking or using regular bikes are both sufficiently quick modes of transport. and that this is an area meant for enjoyment of local businesses rather than fast travel, which, as I understand, is the reason we prohibited cars in the first place. So thank you very much for hearing my concerns, and again, I really look forward to many more years of a safe and enjoyable State Street Promenade. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Miller be followed by Danny Housley, I believe. Kristen Miller, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm Kristen Miller, President and CEO of the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, representing 1,100 members and 75,000 jobs from Goleta to Carpinteria. I'd like to start by thanking the members of the State Street Interim Operations Ad Hoc Committee and city staff for their hard work on these issues and for attending both of the Chamber's recent State Street Business Owner Roundtables. In fact, we're here really to say we're in lockstep with the Ad Hoc Committee's recommendations, and especially as was described by Council Member Sneddon, this is a great reflection of what we heard from our businesses as well. Through those discussions, as well as feedback from business owners in our membership, as well as at the discussions, we have identified various issues of concern, potential solutions, and some guiding principles for the interim operations of State Street. I also want to report that our retail business owners, some of whom even initially opposed the closure of State Street to vehicular traffic and parklets, now support both after experiencing the boom in business that has been brought about by the success of their restaurant neighbors. The Chamber appreciates the Ad Hoc Committee's attention to business concerns that portability would be harmful of the parklets would be harmful to the economic vitality and vibrant environment of the promenade. The implementation of portability requirements would severely reduce the effectiveness of all of the positive factors of the promenade and by limiting any outdoor dining on State Street. We also support finding solutions that allow for parades. However, we highly encourage alternate routes and hope that new traditions can become also very successful. We want to stress that some businesses do need to have a better experience by having a footprint outside of the width of their frontage. And we do support rent per square foot and a higher rent amount for extended areas outside their square foot. We look forward to continuing to work closely with the committee, and particularly in the next committee to help provide feedback on those standardized guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Danny, my apologies. Are you still out there? I missed your note about giving it to Bob. You good? All right, very good. We will move to our online speakers. Mr. Clerk, may I have the first speaker, please? And you've got 2 minutes on the mic.
Our first speaker is Nicole Miller. Nicole Miller, you are unmuted and can go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, hi. I just wanted to say thank you all for listening to everybody today, as well as myself. I've been in the bar and restaurant industry in Santa Barbara since the 1990s. I'm in my early 40s, and I'd like that we're being able to hear all ages speak on this issue, because I have friends that are in their early 20s up to their 90s that really enjoy State Street, and most of them have kids as well. I was really happy to see, I think there was about 88 emails or so, I believe. Most of them were in support of keeping the promenade open. I'd also really like to thank the Ad Hoc Committee for all of their hard work. It was nice to hear Councilmember Sneddon, Harmon, and Gutierrez and their support. Working in this industry, I experience a lot of time with locals, visitors, a lot of conversations, especially since the promenade's been open, about what they like about it, what they don't like, what they like about their shopping experience, what could be better, what isn't working for them. People from Europe, East Coast, all over California, all over the United States, South America, North America, basically everywhere. They really enjoy our climate. They enjoy being able to outside dine. They love shopping. They love to have a meal and then go shopping. You have countless of people, like husbands, that'll come into one of my establishments, or wives, while their family's out shopping and enjoying our local stores that are open. I really hope that everyone works together on keeping the parklets. And obviously, a lot of money went into the parklets. A lot of businesses spent a lot of money that they didn't really have due to loss of money during the pandemic. And changing them too much at this moment, I think, is going to be a major financial cost. I agree that everyone just needs to get together, get all the input together.
You need to
in
wrap up,
regards to
please.
the parade, oh, and sorry, last thing, in regards to the parade, the last man that spoke about Fiesta, I really like his idea of like the new parade route for Fiesta and future parades. Thank you for your time.
All right, your next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Jim Nell. Jim Nell, you are unmuted and can go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Jim Cannell, and I basically want to discuss the parklets, and I feel that basically we've gone in the wrong direction. We went in the right direction initially, but to maintain the parklets is bad for business in Santa Barbara. It basically is putting the city into determining the success and failure of few operators, and those operators are bars and restaurants. No mention of anything else other than the bars and restaurants and parklets. So what we're doing is sacrificing the vitality of our city for a specific class of use, which are bars and restaurants. We're basically ignoring all of the other uses. The issues that are brought up with respect to the maintenance of these parklets, to the administration, safety, so forth and so on, is a can of worms that the city cannot go down. And it's going to be wrought with problems. In the meantime, you're asking the business owners and the stakeholders, of which I'm one of the largest ones and never been consulted. And when I hear all of these people talking about we've consulted with the stakeholders, nobody has consulted with us, the largest property owner in Santa Barbara. Not one person. We've gone to many meetings, expressed our views. I guess they weren't heard. In any event, we cannot go down this road when we're looking at a time period that nobody's talking about of at least 10 years. We've got another 3 years of studies, plus implementation, plus the biggest elephant in the room, funding. How are you going to do it? You need to address these first and foremost before you commit a future in Santa Barbara that you cannot achieve. My suggestion is get rid of the parklets, go back to the drawing board, try to make Santa Barbara a better place, the beautification of Santa Barbara, the safety of Santa Barbara, the lighting of Santa Barbara, bring back the culture that we have lost. And let's not go down the crazy road of where we're going now. It's wrought with problems and lots of division in the city and lots of money that the city doesn't have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Sullivan Israel. Sullivan Israel, you are unmuted and can go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Sully Israel. I submitted a written comment, so I'll try and keep this short. I'm also at work right now, otherwise I would be there in person. But I think it's interesting to hear a lot of comments saying that State Street is closed. I'd like to rephrase that or rethink it. And I've thought of State Street as now being open. State Street's been opened to people being able to walk in it. It's been opened and created a new experience. And some people have talked about visitors. I've had many friends come, especially from Los Angeles, and they've been amazed by how lovely it is. That's the first place I take them. Everybody likes it. Everybody wants to be outside, and it's actually gotten them to go back to LA and invite their families and friends to come back. And there's things you don't even notice about it. For instance, it's so much quieter. Cars are loud. Motorcycles blasting down the street, that's loud. People talking and eating, that's not very loud. Cities are actually quiet. It's the cars that make them so noisy. So there's things like that that make it such a better place to be. And what's interesting also is that this isn't a unique thing to Santa Barbara. It's been a movement across America and across many cities. I've been keeping track of cities. Even this morning, I saw something about Montreal. They did something very similar with some streets that they had there. And they have the same, it's funny, even all the way over there, there's the same concerns about ADA access, about bikes, but all these cities are figuring out different solutions. And I've been keeping sort of a tab on all these projects. So if any of the council members would like to email me, I submitted public comment and I can give you some interesting resources. Ms. Sned and I live in your district particularly. But yeah, there's some great resources online. There's a YouTube channel called Not Just Bikes, which goes into detail about all these different cities doing different things. And so there's so many ideas that we can implement here. But overall, so wonderful what's been done, and I hope it lasts and I hope it gets better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Patrick Casey. Patrick Casey, you are unmuted and can go ahead.
There was-
Patrick Casey, you are unmuted and can go ahead.
Move to the next speaker.
We'll circle back. James Marston, you are unmuted and can go ahead. James Marston, you are unmuted and can go ahead.
I'm sorry. Am I on now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I'm speaking on behalf of the disabled community. When we first started this great program of outdoor parklets, it was a program that the city sponsored, and yet they have forgotten that their duty under ADA Title II is to make sure that these places are accessible. Every time that disabled people ask why you're not making it accessible, they say, we don't have the money. But I just saw that in today's meeting, over 1.3 million was allocated for other projects. And I'm tired of hearing we don't have money to enforce the ADA law that the city is responsible for. And I hope that we can come to the end of this discussion and find out for sure what City Council will say we're going to do to make sure that we enforce the simple ADA codes. We've been told in this report that we have a little bit better than 50% compliance just from the 500 to the 1200 block. Nothing about the 400 block, nothing about the 1300 block, and what you might not be aware of, there's been no enforcement at all any place else in town, whether it's Coates Village Road, Upper State, San Andreas, Milpas, Carrillo. This is ridiculous. Over 2 years, we've waited to have a place where you can go there in a wheelchair and dine, and the city still has not funded that at all. So I'm just asking, please, at the end of this, I'd like to hear from council, and I'd like to hear from Ms. Snedden again, because we discussed some of these problems. What can be done? So I'm frustrated, but I'm just going to stop there and say, please make sure there is funding today to make sure we hire somebody who can actually find out why these places aren't accessible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next, we have David Pezek, and we'll have Karen Luckett after. David Pezek, you are unmuted and can go ahead. I think we're having some technical difficulties with David, so we'll move to Karen Luckett. Karen Luckett, you are unmuted and can go ahead.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Karen Luckett. I love State Street, being pedestrian. I am looking forward to the day when the sidewalks and the street are level, and maybe we don't have to have the boxy parklets. One of the reasons they say they put parklets is to level the ground between the sidewalks and the street. So maybe we can get rid of the parklet structures and just have level ground. I would love to see the bike lane disappear and instead put in little park benches that face each other or circular around a little water feature or some art. And I just hope that we can make whatever parklet or flat level structure is accessible from not just the sidewalk but also the street, because if you walk down the street, wheelchairs and people with disabilities can't enter from State Street proper. They have to go onto the sidewalk where we've got what, a 55% accessibility rate to enter the little parklets. So so let's make progress towards keeping State Street traffic free and people accessible. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Tristan Miller. Tristan Miller, you are unmuted and can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Tristan. I'm a Santa Barbara resident as of like 6 months. One of the reasons I moved here was how vibrant Santa Barbara was because of State Street and how open it is to pedestrians and bikes. I absolutely love visiting my fiance who works on State Street using the e-bike share, and I really hope that doesn't change. I also very much enjoy eating out at the parklets on State Street, and I just wanted to support this the parklets being maintained as is or improved. Parades can happen on side streets. We just saw the success of the parade this last weekend on Santa Barbara Street. It was amazing. I think that we can use State Street for the current use and improve it. Lastly, I want to mention the center running bike lane is great where it's painted. And if an interim solution could be adding the center running bike lane to the rest of State Street, or at least the intersections, that would improve the biking experience for the bikers and also the pedestrians that sometimes walk where the bikes want to go. Thank you for all of your work on this. This is fantastic, and I hope to see State Street become even better.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is David Pezic, and I need to promote him to a panelist in order for him to speak. So he is promoted now. He can deliver his comment, and then I'll push him back down to an attendee.
Thank you so much, Council and Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We appreciate it. I'm speaking on behalf of Augie's of Santa Barbara, upcoming restaurant at 700 State Street. I would like to echo and thank the ad hoc committee for their comments and their reaching out to business owners and future business owners about the best process forward for State Street. My overwhelming thought here to council is that you have an incredible, incredible opportunity in front of you. I believe that this interim period of all types of businesses, restaurants, bars, retailers, having the additional economic zone on State Street is highly valuable. But more importantly, I want to focus on the incredible opportunity that exists as
We lost you. Is he gone?
when you get people out of cars, they spend more money, be it at retail or dining. People have a far greater experience, and we will continue to attract more visitors, both locals and tourists, to Santa Barbara by continuing the promenade. One thing that has not been mentioned from the restaurant perspective, operationally, we have all seen radical increases in our base costs of goods. For many restaurants, simply having the extra seats is keeping them in business. I can share that in the case of budgeting for Augie's, The seats outside are what made us viable.
You need to wrap up,
Without,
please.
without those seats outside, we possibly could not be viable. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we appreciate it.
Thank you. And the last speaker, Mr. Clark?
Yes, Mr. Pezek, I need to dismiss you from the meeting, and you can rejoin fresh as an attendee. And our final speaker is Patrick Casey. Patrick Casey, you are unmuted, and you can begin your comment.
Thank you. Apologies for the earlier balance to the tenancy by requiring portability, charging fair market rent, and keeping the width of the patio equal to the storefront is the next step towards a sustainable promenade and does not take away outdoor dining. Throughout the periods of emergency and recovery, outdoor dining grew well beyond the original guidelines of no wider than the storefront. It is not unreasonable to maintain expansion within the width of the storefront. If you look how many seats this actually affects, it's minimal. Retail makes up 60% of our downtown tenancy, restaurants just shy of 30%. The promenade itself is the attraction, not retail or restaurants. They benefit as amenities. Retail is a key component to the sustainability of the promenade and should at least be viewed as an equal to dining. They have survived the Thomas Fire, the birth of Amazon and e-commerce, and now a pandemic. Yet 11 restaurant owners chosen to represent the downtown organization's voice claim that the continuation as is intended for the community. Collectively, those 11 businesses received over $18 million in federal relief. Over 100 plus downtown retailers collectively received less than 15% of that, mainly as PPP or unemployment, not grants. Portability allows the opportunity for parades, car shows, and special events to occur once again in the heart of our downtown. Portability opens up the sightlines for our visitors to see into and find our retail storefronts and allows our historical and architectural charm to be visible once again, without terminating outdoor dining. Do note, most pre-existing outdoor dining citywide is portable and it's placed daily. Barely 50% of these patios comply with ADA laws. They push back on the 20-foot fire lane. They publicly shamed our fire department. They denounced the historical and architectural attraction of our downtown. They downplay the importance of our parades and our car shows. They want to reroute the state-funded bike lane from the west side because it affects just 6 patios. That is not a community-driven process. That is a profit-driven process. As a supporter of the use of State Street as a promenade and outdoor dining, please address these key concerns before you move forward with any vote today on Jordan's recommendation for a permanent status, especially when we have no financial presentation of what the rent proposals might be. Thank you, Mayor Rouse and Council.
Very good. Is that it for public speakers?
Those are all public speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. You guys have all been very patient, and we do have to take a 10-minute break for our translators, so we will be back here at 4:20. Don't be late. paying rapt attention from their offices to turn their cameras on. Hello, colleagues. There we go. Wow, I'm impressed. Okay, very good. We'll bring this back together now. It's now back to the council for commentary and deliberation. And I'm looking for people for their hands up, for Mike to rub the Dorito juice off of his hands. So there we go. And Eric Friedman is going to be first. Mr. Friedman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Thank you, everyone. So first, I just want to thank all the public that's communicated with us over the last week or so. There've been a lot of emails, haven't been able to get to them, and been out ill for a little bit, so it's been even more challenging to keep up with everything. But just want to appreciate all the work that our staff has done and on this, and the committee has put forth a lot of effort into it. And I just want to first say that I think there was some miscommunication that went out. There was never a lot of the emails that were sent to us was that the council was going to consider ending the parklets and reopening it up to traffic. That was never under consideration, as you can see. So I would just encourage in the future, those who send out information, make sure you send out the correct information, because I think a lot of people took that as fact and sent us, and so it wasn't a fact. And so it's just helpful in the future for those who send that information out and know it's going to be picked up by a lot of people to base on what we're actually is the discussion and not something that is not part of the discussion. And a lot of emails thought that we were going to close or open up State Street to cars again, and that just wasn't so. So I just wanted to start off with that. And so first, I'll try to be brief because I'm not feeling the best right now, but I want to start with the ADA issues. And it's just unacceptable that we're still at this point. It's come to council a few times, it's been months, and our Access Advisory Committee has been really involved, and that there are still this number of business parklets that are not compliant. If we need more resources, then we need to do it. But I think the businesses, you need to help police yourselves and bring it on. Don't wait for us to come. Make sure you're doing what you need to do, because the whole point is make everybody be able to enjoy downtown, and not everybody can until we resolve this issue. So whatever we need to do, whether it's more resources, whether it's stricter enforcement, higher penalties, I'm open to it, but it needs to be solved. Not 2 months from now, not 4 months from now, but immediately. I know we're under that process, but it's just taking too long. So whatever we could do. So I'll just want to start with the items that I'm supportive of. I'm supportive of most of this, and I think I agree that the closing, turning into promenade has benefited our city tremendously. I don't think you could argue any different. You could argue it, but I think the benefits are there. If we do it right, it's going to continue to go that way. I support charging for the parklet spaces. I think the recommendation, whether you look at square footage, makes sense, but if there's another means to do that, I think it's appropriate. I would prefer that you keep it to the parcel, but I know that in some instances it might be worth it to expand it. So if that is the will of the council as a majority, to charge an extra premium for the adjacent parcel space, but we also should look at limiting how far you could go, how many parcels it is, because we don't need some of these that are going 2, 3, 4 parcels long, and we don't want that. So maybe it's just one additional parcel, or next door to you, that's all you get. And we do need to look at some of these larger structures and see what can be done to minimize them. I think they're just too big. They take away from our historic architecture. And, so I'm supportive of those. And then on the increase of enforcement, that is something that I am supportive of. The conversation that we had questions with the chief on looking at SitLive, but also just nuisances in general, whether it's drug paraphernalia, those types of things, or providing more mental health resources in the areas where we can actually have a co-response team. So if there is a way to have that extra enforcement presence down there, both on law enforcement, but also mental health and other services down on the promenade over this interim period, because we need to have that component with everything else to make it work. If people don't feel safe down there, they're not going to come down there. So I'm supportive of whatever we can do to give our staff law enforcement and mental health professionals the tools they need, and outreach workers. And I'm also supportive of removing some of the aesthetics, like the banners with flags of beer logos and those types of things immediately. So where I'm at with the parades is it's a little more complicated for me. I definitely appreciate the work that's gone into it and the reasoning that the committee gave on it. At this point, I think that portability is something we should look at and not close the door on it right now. I know that there would be an impact to some of the businesses, but the fact is 18 of the 44 are portable already. So that says something right there. Why are they able to be portable? Why aren't others? Maybe it has to do with where they are on the street. But the reason is that if it's too hard to do it now, it's going to be too hard to make it portable in 2 years. And we're not even really talking about 2 years because it's going to take so long to implement the master plan. And this is such a big change because it is historic. And our parades are historic. You have one of the most historic streets in the United States, especially the Western United States. And there is a certain element of tradition there that we have. And if we say now that vehicle parades are no longer a possibility on State Street, the Master Planning Committee is going to take that into consideration, because we're basically to me, it seems like we would be making a determination that if it's too hard to do it temporarily, then they would have to take that into consideration. That's the way I view it. And for me, it's not just about the businesses. I think that's what's getting lost in the conversations about the parades, is that the parades are about the community. And it is a handful of days, and yes, it could be an inconvenience for the businesses, but the public that's the public right of way, and we've used that for decades as one of our main routes. And there are logistical challenges with any other routes that we have. And the other aspect of it is that having portability, it gives us flexibility on what State Street can be, actually. So we can look at, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here, but we can look at different options, and we can see if it could work, if there's a way, because I think this is an interim period. I think we could go through the end of the year as it is, but I think next year in June, we should open it back up to parades, the holiday parade, 4th of July parade on State Street. I'm probably going to be a losing battle on this one, but I just want to put that out there. I think it's that important, and I feel that based on some of the comments I heard today, that it is not a temporary decision we're making. And it just kind of solidifies it in stone. I don't think we've had a full community discussion on parades in particular. And I don't have enough information on whether or not it really is that much of a hardship on businesses. Yes, it is, but for the public at large to come down there, it's a great event. And so we'll see how it goes on Fiesta in a month from now. We saw how it went on Santa Barbara Street for Solstice. There were benefits, but it was a lot different as well. But I just don't think we should close the door on that yet. And I think that there are opportunities for cleanliness, for activation of the street that portability brings. So those are my thoughts for now. Sorry if I droned on, but I just want to say that's pretty much the only thing from the staff report I just disagree with, is just ending the debate on having all of our parades back on State Street for that. And it's just a way for the community to come together. And we need a lot more of that in our lives, is the ability to come together, because we're seeing just at all levels that if we don't have those opportunities, we lose a lot of just being able to celebrate things together. So I just don't want to shut the door on that. Thanks.
All right, very good. Thank you. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So speaking as one of the 3 members of the ad hoc committee, there's a couple things I mentioned earlier that I'm hoping to hear from as a touch point from other council members today. And that is, one of them is that what I'm having trouble hearing Eric, but I'm pretty sure he did. But and that's our intent to continue to maintain outdoor business operations on the street, on State Street. I do not personally see going back to the other way. I think the anecdotal stories I've heard of cars going up and down the street and the benefit of that are just unbelievable compared to the engagement and the activity and the activation that I actually see in many blocks on State Street. So I'm hoping that each council member will talk about that. And in fact, just to get down in the weeds a little bit, this council already once has directed staff to update the general plan circulation element showing that State Street is closed. And I imagine, just talking behind the scenes, that staff has not done that yet because they see a certain unsettledness in the dialogue back and forth. And I would hope, too, that we would redirect staff, or by the responses today show staff that it is indeed time to take that step forward and revise the circulation element to show State Street as closed to vehicles from Haley to Victoria as a street. And then another point I'd like to make, and even supported on one of staff's slides, slide 5, and the whole ERETO in reference to economic recovery rather than transition, I think just leads to too much mischief of what is economic recovery and have we recovered and we're past that. To me, we're in a transition period, and I would like to see the ordinance renamed to reflect transition rather than economic recovery, because clearly we're transitioning to being really, really close to starting the couple-year phase with the consultant for the master plan, and that I think is where we're at right now. We're transitioning. Mr. Mayor, I think you said the end of 2023. I'm thinking the master plan process is a 2-year process that will end sometime near the end of 2024. That's what I remember from staff, that it's a 2-year process, not a 1-year process. Yeah. And so I would also make the suggestion too that we even as a transition point, we change the end date of that transition ordinance to the end of 2024 to coincide with the completion of the initial master plan process. And at that time then, we would be adopting permanent changes, whether funded or not, but then we would at that time be able to set in place permanent ordinances to begin the migration to what we're permanently going to do. And I'll go through a kind of list here that's a little haphazard, but I also agree with Mr. Friedman that the situation we find ourselves in with ADA is just unacceptable too. And I guess I get that it's a resource issue, but I think also we just need to step up the penalty. And so if I think I read that we have 19 businesses not in, and just to preface that, when talking with staff, it's like you can walk out there and one day, 1 minute, things are relatively in compliance, and then a half hour later, tables and chairs are moved around in a different configuration, and all of a sudden you're not compliant. So, which also happens indoors, not just an outdoor deal, it happens indoors too. And so I'd really like to move towards something that has a little more teeth in it, like really giving a date in the future where those 19 need to come in compliance. And if they don't, then they forfeit their privilege of being out in the street. So let's just pick a date, like July 15th or July 31st. And then if you want to remain out in the street, you're in the street, you want to remain out in the street, or you come out in the street, you'll sign an agreement that you get 1 notice of violation notice with a correction attempt. And if you're caught again after that, you again forfeit your privilege of being out in the street. And that's just it. It's ours to give and take. And I just think it will only take a business or two going through that, and everybody will make sure that they're not moving their tables and chairs around and restricting the access of our disabled community. I'd love to continue having the ad hoc committee continue to work on pricing for expansion issues over a frontage and what that looks like and where and when it should happen. The design components, the look and feel. And then I just think the big elephant that's going to be in the room is the portability question. And I totally, you know, we have not talked about this before, but I totally get what, coming, whatever we are, 3 days after walking a solstice parade, you know, I totally get the issue of attachment and engagement to community as a parade function, regardless of business. I spent a lot of time on the Downtown Santa Barbara board, and without fail, the majority of people represented on that board that talked about it said their businesses did not get much from a parade, that it was actually an intrusion on their business. But Eric makes a great point that those events sort of transcend for 1 4-hour period or day the function of a downtown as a retail or a food and beverage corridor and become a function of community. And it's pretty clear to me that to do that on the downtown corridor, we're eventually going to have to get portable, whether today's vision is out in a street with curbs on each side, or tomorrow's vision 25 years or 20 years from now is just a flat boulevard at the level of the curbs. It will still have to be portable in some manner. You won't have structures built out there. You'll probably just have tables and chairs and umbrellas that you had to move out of the way. So it's kind of, I think that needs a lot more discussion and wrestling with what's that timeline look like compared to any changes you want to make for street presence, for look and feel, and when you want to do that, and what's it look like for the people involved. Every meeting I've gone to with staff, Public Works has been there with more and more resources on, if we can call them parklets, regardless of where they are, with portable parklets. And every meeting I come away thinking it's probably easier than I think people are telling me it is. They look great, they seem portable, they can be done in a manner that seem to automatically qualify with our colors and look. I think that's something still to be wrestled with, and how to get there for whatever we determine this transition period is. If this transition period is through the end of 2023 or the end of 2024, at some point, as I heard Mr. Friedman say, he sees it as next summer. Maybe that's when it is. Maybe that's too soon, but certainly by certainly in the next year or two, I think it's clear to me that we probably need to figure out how to get to a state of portability by that time, recognizing, of course, that eventually, if my vision holds out and the street is just one big flat boulevard, your portability then is going to be absolute. You're going to have an absolute portability. I think I've hit everything. So that's it for now. Maybe I'll think of something else, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Very good. Ms. Sinet, do you have your hand up?
I do. Sorry,
Thank
it's
you. Go right ahead.
thank you. And I did send sort of an abbreviated version of our current recommendations to City Administrator Rebecca Bjork. If you did want to put them on the screen, it might help coalesce the conversation, but I'm happy to just make my comments also. It's to your, whatever works for you best.
Okay, well, we're having our tech moment, so go right ahead.
Okay, so I'll first just say about parades. I mean, I've participated in parades in this town, I don't know, 35 years or more. And Solstice in particular, it's so much more than about business. I mean, I've never been a business owner downtown, and I don't participate in Solstice to drum up business or to help business of the town, and never have. It's just that it is such a community benefit and a time to get together, and it's part of our identity. Same with our downtown. I just really wholeheartedly believe that we can get there in terms of what we need for cleanliness, for our stormwater considerations, and our parades. I think that we can get there with the current structures that we have. I don't think we have room for new structures. I don't think we can double down on having all of State Street have these large structures. Some of these structures are getting smaller. Anyway, we heard Opal already has downsized. I think there will be a way to move around it. And I'm so impressed with members of Fiesta who have come up with really creative solutions and have themselves said that they're flexible. The organizers of Solstice say that they're flexible. I think the downtown organization has been flexible. I just really believe in our ability to celebrate and have these amazing parades. And I think we can do it with what we have. I think we have to be able to have a deep clean of State Street. It has gotten filthy. And I think anybody would agree with that. I think we can get there by design. I think with having these structures designed in such a way that they can be cleaned, if we're charging rent so that then we can make up the difference in that for that cleaning and hold businesses responsible for that cleaning. From what we've heard from businesses, they're more than willing to rise to the occasion. And if they can still keep the outdoor dining facilities as they are. I think there's a lot that can be done in design with anything new, with not having enclosed tops, with not having lettering and different lighting considerations, with not having side structures that make it seem like a separate enclosed structure as opposed to being open to the street and inviting that celebratory feel of being on the street. I really feel that downtown has been transformed in a way that we just have heard from hundreds of people. Every time this comes up, they keep reiterating they don't want to go back. There are always going to be people who want to go back, but I think overwhelmingly for the community, people do not want to go back to having cars on State Street. And eventually, when it is hopefully the vision, all at level and an open promenade, these structures won't be necessary anymore. And, a lot of them aren't necessary now. People like them. It's not that they're necessary. So I think moving forward, I really do think that just with the structures that there are now, we can figure out a way to get there for cleanliness, for stormwater considerations, and for parades. And I just think the will is there. So that big piece of whether the ones that are existing need to be taken down or not, we need to settle that as council. It's very difficult, I think, for businesses to know, there's a lot of input that they need to be kind of spiffed up and cleaned up and refreshed and made to look nice. And right now businesses don't know how much to put into that or for how long it's going to be. So I would say for, at least 2 years that we sort of make difficult decisions today, we make difficult decisions now, and then let businesses settle into being what they need to be. But I do think we can get there by design. For the ADA, I just really, the time is now. The time is past. This has to be number one priority. The whole point of State Street being open like it is that it's open for everyone. And we're seeing people of all ages now enjoying State Street in a way that we haven't seen in decades. Older people, younger people, all ages. We do still need to sort out this bike lane. I personally don't think e-bikes should go on State Street with people on them. They could be walked on State Street, but e-bikes are just too fast. And I think there are other, I'm fine with regular bicycles. I think they're, sort of anything motorized. It's just sort of takes away from that shared experience. So in terms of that shared experience, the ADA compliance really is, the design guidelines that are in place are just a baseline, but it's the law and it's the right thing to do. And it has to be open for everyone. That's what our community is about, is welcoming everyone. So that has to be sort of immediate. And whether that's a new position, it's reorganizing people, something, I don't know if it's in the city attorney's office or where it's coming from, but that has to be just across the board enforced everywhere, especially if we're using the public right of way and public space for that. Rent, I think business owners are ready to pay rent. I think this is, it's been a couple of years now, and there's just a general collective, it's cost the city actually a lot of money to support this outdoor programming, and it's now time to recover those costs and to be able to do a good job, to be able to keep it clean and to work these things out. We need the revenue just to break even on it. So I think businesses are ready for that, and a higher premium if you're going over to your neighboring property, and always revocable if that changes hands. Or I'm really was really pleased to hear Mr. Yates's account of not that he needed to downsize, but that he was very responsive and did it quickly when his neighbors requested that. And that's the kind of those are kind of businesses that are the hallmark of Santa Barbara. And that's what we want to see, collaborative, bringing it for everyone downtown. So then there are other design things, and those are on the screen. And I think those are debatable. Again, it's building off of those design guidelines already in place, but with working with businesses, as Mr. Stout suggested, to see what works for them, considerations about, heights for heaters and that type of thing. I think we can continue to work really well with businesses to get to something workable there. But I just really, truly believe that we can have it all. I think that we can have cleanliness, safety and storm events, as much as is predictable anyway with storm events, and then the parades. I think we can do it, even if we move parades further up State Street. So maybe they started up on the blocks where they're wider already, and there's maybe only one structure up there already, and then it goes up towards the upper State Street area. I just feel so confident we can find a way.
All right, thank you. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I can be brief. I agree with, I think almost everything that Councilmember Snedden just described. So I'm just going to go through my list for the purposes of having it on the record. But I'm very much in the same place that she is. And similarly, it is so rare that we have an issue on which we get so much consistent positive feedback. Of course, I've heard the folks who have some issues and bring up some very legitimate and real things that need to be addressed in connection with our promenade. Clearly, we're taking those matters seriously. But it really is an amazing thing to be a part of, and to be part of this conversation, to just get so much consistent feedback throughout the city, and really a sense of hope about what this can be for all of us. So I love that, frankly. It's really exciting to be a part of. So I'm going to just go down the list, hopefully very quickly, and we can move on. First, on the ADA issues, thirding, fourthing, I could not agree more strongly with all of our colleagues. This really has to be resolved urgently now. I mean, this has been many months we've spoken about this. Councilmember Jordan laid out a couple of suggestions in his comments, and I support those. I think they sounded like they would be very effective to really get compliance, and it's necessary. Not only is it the law, but it's what our neighbors deserve, and it has to happen. So I like those suggestions. Perhaps they can go back to the ad hoc committee in an urgent way if it needs to be formalized. I'm not quite sure about that, but I think whatever we can do to make that happen and to make it happen now is great and necessary. Item 2 on the rent cost recovery, absolutely yes. I similarly have heard a near universal willingness and frankly excitement to be paying into this kind of system. I think for a lot of people it feels like a moment where this new promenade becomes very real. And I think gives a sense of permanence to people that, okay, we're regularizing this and standardizing it in a way. So there's, of course, no one's ever excited to pay anything, but there's a sense of, okay, maybe this really is real when you start to talk about cost recovery. Certainly that revenue stream will, I think, as all our colleagues have said, only probably begin to break even in terms of cost, but to the extent that there is additional revenue, perhaps that money can go toward a ADA compliance specialist. So, I think there's lots of opportunities to use that money and put it directly back into our community such that it's benefiting everyone. The third item on the parklets going into adjacent parcels, I'm okay with that as long as there's neighbor approval. I think that was the ad hoc committee's recommendation as well. Could go maybe one space over or whatever their recommendation was. I agreed with that. And I think Mr. Yates, of course, demonstrated how this is supposed to work. We all have to be good neighbors, and this is our promenade, not any one restaurant's promenade. And if we can all remember that, I think this will be successful. So I support the recommendation of the ad hoc on that. Number 4, portability. This really is the big issue. And with respect to Councilmember Friedman's position, and I hear you, I too loved being at Solstice on Saturday. I think it was Saturday. It was just, it felt like the Santa Barbara of pre-pandemic in some ways. It was really a beautiful couple of hours. But I think, as Councilwoman said, that we can get there with what we have. I think we can. I think there is such a consistent and demonstrated willingness to make it work that we should engage and capitalize on that. I really like and think, by the way, that it's imperative that the ad hoc recommendation that any new structures be portable is made very clear. I think that is the key. What we have now, we can make it work. The folks who put on the parades have demonstrated a willingness to work with us, but I agree. I think this was a really important recommendation from the ad hoc committee that new structures are portable, and that way moving forward, over time there will be attrition. This will happen in some ways naturally, but I think it's sort of the right way to get at a balanced approach to this question. So I support that recommendation. The 5th thing, sorry, my notes get a little messy here. On the design guidelines, yeah, we did look at those when they came to us as guidelines rather than standards. If we are converting them to standards, I think similarly, if we could just make sure to engage with the business community and make sure they work, that's really what I was trying to get at in my comments is, a guideline is one thing, a standard is a little bit different. And I'm comfortable to move towards standards, would just like to see some engagement on that. And then I think that it's a smart thing to do, particularly given that we're looking at a longer time horizon. And that leads me into the next point, Councilmember Jordan's request that we clarify our intent to maintain outdoor business operations moving forward. Absolutely. 100%, emphatically yes from me. I have, as I started out with, I have never seen an area of municipal policy have such broad support as this State Street Promenade. So yes, I am all in. I will say though, my understanding, and I may be wrong here, so I'm open to correction, please, was that we tasked the State Street Advisory Committee in part with looking specifically at circulation issues and which blocks in particular will remain closed and or open, depending on how you want to frame that. Open to pedestrians, closed to traffic. So I hesitate a little bit in giving the direction today to such specificity, saying, yes, it's going to be these specific blocks from now forward. I can tell you that, yes, absolutely, I am 100% committed to having a State Street promenade. I do not want to undermine the work of the State Street Advisory Committee and commit today to saying specifically which blocks. I think we owe it to them to at least allow them to weigh in. But if we didn't task them with doing that, maybe I misunderstood. So I'll leave it at that on that piece. I also do support changing the end date of the EERTO. And I think Councilmember Jordan, you suggested 2024, if I remember correctly, but I like that idea in part because every time we have a conversation like this at council, it has been it really has initiated a period of great stress amongst business owners and community members, in part because it's complicated and it's convoluted to talk about these different ordinances. But I think maybe if we made very clear this will be here for the next 2 years or extended the date or whatever it is, we maybe wouldn't have that same sense of stress every time this conversation came up. And I really did, along with our colleagues, regret all of the emails we received saying, please don't reopen this street to cars. That was never on the agenda. And I would really like to do something, whether it's extending the date or maybe it's through that statement that you asked us to make about our unequivocal support, to just be very clear, even when this comes back in a couple of months to talk about a different issue potentially, reopening the street to cars is not on the agenda and will not be. That is my position, and I want to put that out there. And then finally, the last thing, Councilmember Sneddon brought up the bicycle pedestrian relationship on State Street, and I hate to continue to task the ad hoc committee with things, but I would really appreciate if you all would do a deep dive into that and come back with just some thoughts, exploring options about how to maybe make that relationship work a little bit more smoothly, particularly in connection with motorized bicycles or motorized vehicles, whatever they may be. I think your ability to work with staff and really dig in sort of ways that maybe we can't do in a meeting like this has really led to great outcomes with some of these other issues. So if there's an openness from the ad hoc committee to take that up and come back with your thoughts, I would really appreciate that, because I share some of the current concerns that have already been articulated. With that, I think I covered everything, and my appreciation to the ad hoc committee and everyone who's continuing to stay engaged with this process. It's a long one. There's a lot of work to go on the master planning side too, but I know if we continue in this direction, not only will the ultimate outcome through the master planning be worth it, but the interim period will be something that we can be proud of too. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clerk, are there other hands on the screen?
Yes, Oscar Gutierrez.
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank my colleagues and city staff and everyone that's been communicating with us about this issue. It seems to me that there's a bit of a miscommunication when it comes to all the boards that are in charge of the different parades in our community and the business owners. As far as I can remember, I didn't really see any of them represented in the meetings that we conducted. So it makes me wonder what those boards of those parades are doing and who they're talking to. So I'd just like to recommend and encourage the Downtown Business Organization and the Chamber of Commerce to reach out to these different boards involved with these parades and have a meeting with them about what their needs and concerns are and how we can all work together and I'm sure the ad hoc committee would be happy to attend those meetings to get more information from them specifically. The other thing I want to comment on that I've noticed is it seems that a lot of the elderly community have been voicing their concerns and issues with State Street. And I just want to let them know that, I hear you, we all hear you. But it also makes me wonder if there's elderly advocacy groups out in the community that can meet with these downtown business organization and the chamber to kind of get the businesses to hear you directly to see if we can come up with something to better accommodate you and encourage you to come to downtown. Other than that, downtown, well, the whole city everything's evolving, everything's changing, and I think it's taking a lot of people time to get used to it, including us, everything's changing a lot quicker than it has been in the past. And we just kind of have to ride this wave out as best we can, because our survival depends on it. And we all have to kind of be patient and understanding, and also be a little bit kind of open-minded about what our community is going to be like and look like in the future. So that's basically all I wanted to add to the conversation. Thank you.
Oscar, your audio has kind of gone out. Are you still making comments?
No, I'm done. Thanks.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. I guess it's my turn. So it's been interesting. There's, like everything else in our world these days, there's a lot of hyperbole, and a lot of the letters we got, a lot of the comments we got were full of kind of either a black or white scenario, and that's really not what this is at all. But I would, when I was on council and I had my business, it came up that the charges for seats could be eliminated when things got a little bit tough. When the retail started to melt down, restaurants suffered as well. And even though those are my competitors, and I have my own patio and I paid rent for every square inch of it, I carried the water to get that seat charge taken away, which has not returned since. So the idea was, it wasn't that I was a hero, the idea was that we were cooperative, worked together, and everything we did was a community. And that's when I started talking about things like parades, retail, and when I hear dismissive comments about parades, or retail is dead, it's over, I start thinking about, wait, how myopic are we being at this stage of the game? Are we considering everybody else? Between the 5 and 1200 block, there are 386 business licenses, 217 storefronts, and 44 parklets. So there's a lot of other storefronts and whatnot that aren't restaurants, and frankly, number one, we don't need more restaurants in this town. We got more per capita than almost anywhere, number one. But number two is, it's the most expensive build-out you can do if you're doing tenant improvements. So, I read somewhere in a book that the restaurant business is hard. I don't know where I figured that out, but it's difficult, and I get it. And I get what you guys are going through now and what we're about to go. Not only are you facing higher costs, but there's a really good chance for staring a recession square in the face. Been through a few of those, and they're never much fun. But as we look forward to doing things like, getting back to normal and normalizing the promenade, it also means normalizing the parades, because from comments said before, those are community things. And yeah, my business wasn't always great during some big events, but they were community things. They were for the entire community. They meant the world to everybody. And the parade itself, like Fiesta Parade, is almost a 100-year tradition, and we're just going to just dismiss it out of hand when there are ways to facilitate it. The ways to facilitate it are portability. But portability involved something else as well. We need a deep cleaning, and that was something I fought for during my campaign. We sequestered some funds for that, and we need to do that. They're having issues in other big cities like New York and whatnot that's unbelievable. We're having a few vector issues here as well. We need to get in there and really clean the heck out of downtown. And we need to do it in a way that's not going to go around the parklets. It's going to have to go underneath where they are today. They need to be portable. And if we have an event, God hope it rains here again, but if we have an event And somehow a parklet stops the flow from going down the street if there's enough volume, and it floods out a bunch of storefronts. Guess who's going to be liable for all that? Well, it's going to be your city, your taxpayers, and your taxpayer dollars. It's not going to be whoever owns that parklet. We may ask for indemnification, but I can ask my city attorney to correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right about this. We're going to get nailed with that. And so there are things like that to consider. We've got to think about rules that we are currently suspending in this current atmosphere. We basically, we talked about ADA a lot today, and we are serious about getting those under compliance. But we have things like the Uniform Building Code, the Plumbing Code, certain health codes. ABC has kind of looked the other way for a couple of years. Certainly building, electrical, all the things that we have gone, everybody in this room that's an operator has gone through holy hell trying to get through our process. And yet now we've just, poof, we made these appear. It was great. It was an emergency. We got it done. We supported a lot of people, which is fabulous. But now we're going to have to look at what's it going to be like when we start asking the adult questions. And these are questions I get asked every day, so I don't even know how to respond to them. For everybody that waited forever to get their sign approved, and all of a sudden there's sandwich signs and those little flag things everywhere. You go, what's that about? I go, I don't know. And the aesthetics, we're going to turn the aesthetics back to the committee when we have a full HLC and ABR. I'm not really sure why we would consider that. The HLC is primarily charged with downtown aesthetics. We really should be talking to those folks, and they've been summarily showing the talk to the hand lately. So I'd like to get them back involved. Sound ordinance. How much amplified sound are we going to have from various parklets outside? Those are things that need to be wrestled down. We're hearing from the new owners of the Hotel Santa Barbara, and as we try to really incorporate more and more housing downtown, which I think would really turn downtown around, we're going to have to consider that. They're actually having problems with that in New York, of all places, because the parklets they're out there, they're loud, and people are complaining. They're trying to wrestle that down to the ground. Vitality is everybody's goal, and I want vitality, and we have vitality in the 400 block, the 500 block. We have a little in the 600 block, none in the 700, 800, or 900 block. It's all got to be vital. It just can't be where the restaurant operators are. We've got to have it everywhere, and I'm not sure what the answer is. Is that opening back up to cars going to make it vital? I don't know. But what I do know is this, is that when I first got on council, we had one of the lowest vacancy rates in the state. We were the envy of a lot of other agencies. And then we had the retail meltdown, a lot of businesses struggle, including restaurants. Well, now the restaurants have kind of come back, which is fabulous. Retail is coming back, but isn't coming back here. It's coming back in other agencies, though. I've spoken to Carmel, San Luis Obispo, Paso Robles, Solvang, Carpinteria. And they've all faced the same kind of questions we're facing right here. And they've all had the same thing where people are holding on to their parklets with their dear lives. In places like Carmel, they had the issue of parklets covering up storefronts and galleries. You guys all know Ocean Avenue as you walk down. It's one of the great walking boulevards. And they kind of ripped the bandage off the wound and did away with them because two things were happening. The galleries were suffering, as were the other retail storefronts, but also the ancillary businesses on the side streets. And I spoke to the gentleman that owns the Pine Inn, who actually owns Santa Barbara in here as well, and he told me his old story as well. And it's really true. And it was really uncomfortable for the council, and I talked to a councilwoman up there, and she said it was a real hassle, it was really emotional, and now we're back, and we're better than ever. So other places have recovered, other places have their retail back. So we're getting ready to do this big consultant study, and we've done 3 in this last decade. And they all have some things in common. The things in common is we had too much concentration of retail in the downtown. The retail sector is too long. The third thing is they don't like closing streets. And the reason they don't like closing streets is because the track record of the urban mall over the history since the 60s, most of them have failed. I don't want to fail. I want ours to work. And I think it can work. I really do think it can work. But we have to cooperate, and we've got to think beyond our own storefronts. We've got to think as a team. We've got to think as a community. Because we either rise all together or we fall all together. We can't just have restaurants only and nothing else. So we've got to make it work for everybody. Now, the city, our part of it is we've got to make it clean and light and secure. And we've got the people in this room that have been talking about that. And that's a big goal. That's on us. But we also can't have a talk to the hand every time we talk to somebody about modifying their parklet or making it portable. We need to find ways to make those things work. If we have roofs on the parklets, you can't see the architecture. I had 2 patio restaurants. I had the Shoreline Beach Cafe and the Paradise Cafe, both of which I looked at putting solid roofs on at one point in time, and I was told no by the city because it intensified the use of the property that I released. And now we're talking about putting roofs on property that we're not really even leasing, it's just public right-of-way. There's a lot of stuff like that that needs to be considered. You know, the work that the subcommittee's done and the work that SSAC is doing is fabulous. I don't believe for a moment that we should change the date, to be honest with you, Mr. Jordan, because I was on the committees that did the Library Plaza, the police station, and De La Guerra Plaza way before I was even on council. I was on citizen committees. And those still haven't come up out of the ground, and we have identified funding for those. State Street has no identified funding, and we don't know what we're gonna do yet. It's gonna be, Dave Davis has said it himself, it's a big deal. It's gonna be like Plan Santa Barbara, it's gonna take some years. So we'll be able to redo the ordinance or re-up the ordinance as it comes up for renewal, but there's no sense in trying to predict the future right now. We're not gonna get there. I just really want to get back to the point where we are Santa Barbara again, where the aesthetic matters. It's not just monochromatic, you know, just restaurants thrive and nobody else does. We've got to make everybody have the tide raise all boats. And all streets, all areas, all neighborhoods. I had people from Milpas in my office the other day. They're apoplectic because we're spending all this time, money, energy, and attention to State Street. What about them? And I had to say, that's a great question. So I am pro getting this thing developed. I am pro cooperation. I am pro keeping at least the 500 block going the way it is and doing what we can for the other ones, but I don't think we should be expanding beyond people's own storefronts. We don't know who's going to be in those buildings from time to time, or if you're talking to the person that's the tenant or the owner of the building. They should be humble, they should be outside, but we can't make it take over the entire city, because right now we have people on the sidewalks, we have parklets, we have a huge bike lane down the middle. We don't really have a promenade per se in the classic sense. Will we ever get there? I don't know. We don't have the funding identified for it. That's a big deal. But I know that if I asked Mr. Maurer over there if they could engineer a fixed parklet that would stand up to storm drains or the storm water and whatnot, I don't know. He's an engineer, and I don't know that. I'm not going to put him on the spot, but I think that'd be a pretty tough call to make that happen, to really make it flow down there. Ms. Bjork did that for a living. That's what she did, was our storm drain system. So these are things that, they're not very sexy things to talk about. They're not very fun, but we need to talk about if we're going to be making these decisions. So going forward, what I really am trying to emphasize is cooperation, thinking outside of just who you are and thinking about the entire community as we go forward and see if we can make everything vital and not just a few storefronts. Right now, I say there's 44 of them, 17 or whatever it is are already portable or whatever. I mean, we need to make this work. We need to make it work for everybody, and we need to be back to where when the rules start applying again, all those laws we don't like to talk about, that we're ready to be compliant with all of them, not just ADA. All right, thank you. Anybody else have comments on council? Mr. Jordan, are you thinking about making a motion, or that's usually what you do?
Actually, thank you. I wanted to ask staff how they'd like this to go forward. I know you're busy keeping a scorecard. I don't really want to formalize this any more than we have to, but I believe I clearly heard a majority express an affirmation that we would continue to keep State Street closed and use it for outdoor business operations. And I'd be interested in hearing specifically on my suggestion of extending the expiration of a transition ordinance to coincide with the expected completion of the State Street master planning process at the end of 2024. Everything else was just kind of like let the ad hoc committee do some more work, I think. Oh, and then so other than those two, I was also asked by staff too if we could, this is to council, if we could direct the ad hoc committee to also look at true parklets across the city and start to address those. Those were not in our original direction.
Right, I'm just wondering, because of the way we've agendized this and announced it to the public, if we could somehow craft that to around the recommendations.
Whatever sounds right.
Mayor, ask Councilmember Jordan, I did check with your attorney on that, and he says, based on the way we've noticed it, that's probably not the best way to do it, although I do think it would be helpful to staff, so perhaps next time we come back, we can tackle that piece.
So we can make recommendations rather than do up or down votes on that, but.
On expanding the scope of the ad hoc committee.
Right.
And I'm going to jump ahead of Ms. Grant and answer the question about extension of the emergency ordinance. As you know, it sort of depends what you expect it to look like. As you've heard from staff, we have concerns about various things, and if it stays as is, I would have difficulty extending it because I think it presents both operational and safety concerns, and the longer we leave it there. Now, if it's changed to be truly more portable, then I think extending it to coincide gives the master planning process the maximum flexibility to really look at what's going on.
Fair enough. As one who has frequently in the past said, let me do that to you, to staff, I agree. That puts a sunset there to make us get that accomplished, or we'll worry about it then. So I guess then, to Ms. Grant, I guess really the only item I have other than what you've heard for notes to continue to work on is, was there a clear affirmation of continuing business operations in the right-of-way on State Street and closing it to vehicles from a majority of council? And do we need a particular motion for that, or are the comments you heard sufficient?
Councilmember Jordan, through the mayor. Again, with this, trying to follow with in concert with the recommendations. So if what I'm hearing is, let me start over, is with the State Street Promenade, as it's written in the current ordinance, the ERETO is for December 31st, 2023. So not touching that. The item that we asked for direction on today was parades. It's my understanding for timing yet that we're not there yet for specific timing, that we still need to continue at the ad hoc level and community level for more details. Is that did I understand that correctly?
Yep. With all due respect, you clearly received written response and recommendations from the ad hoc committee that touched on that as the first comment to staff for whatever purpose you wanted to use it. We put that in writing. We made it a recommendation. In fact, I think we called it an overarching comment, was that State Street would stay closed to vehicles and allowed to be used for outdoor dining.
For just outdoor dining and not to return. Okay, thank you.
Right.
Then the second item for then portability, that we're continuing to work through that. So we don't have any specific timing today. We will work through that again at the committee level. And then return to council at a future date.
And then we would continue to work on look and feel.
Yes.
Or what we call design guidelines. We have
Yes.
as you know, we have a
Yes.
whole internal page on
Yes.
that with suggestions. And so we would continue to work on those and bring those back for a touch point also.
Right. So yes, so that brings me to the item D. So with respect to aesthetics, usage fees, also known as rent, and frontage limitations that, again, we've started to initiate the conversations at the ad hoc level. We will, I think, probably need one more meeting, maybe some additional community outreach, and then return to council with formal recommendations. Did I understand that correctly?
I just have one more suggestion, and maybe council members will too, and that's so one of us is not during a council meeting attempting to email around notes with kind of outlines that we already provided to staff, and that's that when we come back to council that somehow we have a little better format where the specific comments that we're making as suggestions appear in a manner to where we're not doing that. We're not trying to send around notes right during the meeting. So council has those in advance, and we make sure we're not just trying to catch up on them. And then I'll get out of the way. Otherwise, great job.
All right, Ms. Sneddon, you have your hand up?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So I think it is really important that we do actually have a formal motion. I'm going to attempt to make one. This issue of portability, I think it needs to be settled. And we can't, so many other hinge points past this that we and the ad hoc can't make recommendations on until we have that settled. So, and I can separate these out, but these are the things that I would like to put in a motion, that we continue with outdoor dining facilities on State Street, that any new structures be portable, that we bring the guidelines back to businesses before we set them as standards. They were developed with members of HLC and the AIA, and that was actually at my very strenuous request, because I very much don't want HLC or the AIA, but it's particularly HLC to be ignored in this process. And having worked with Anthony Grumbine, chair of HLC, on those design guidelines, I do feel comfortable that they are very much for interim within their recommendations. They wrote them. They had a heavy hand in that. But to get back to the motion, to bring the guidelines back to businesses and to the ad hoc committee before we bring them forward to council as standards. Then have the master plan committee look at the circulation long term. I would like to change the end date of the ERO. I would like the ad hoc to do a deep dive on the bikes and e-bikes issue to bring recommendations back to council, and direct the ad hoc to continue to work on parades. And as Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez suggested, working with those boards to have a genuine plan. And then as to Mayor Rouse's, really not beyond a recommendation, but mandate that it's clean, light, and secure, that we need to address those immediately, and that we address the issues of cleanliness, stormwater, and parades through design rather than through portability for existing structures.
So I got a quick question for either Mr. Kalan or Ms. Bjork. Do we address the agendized recommendations, or have we kind of got off the, I mean, we have quite a laundry list there. Are we going to pass muster here?
Mr. Kwan, you want to take a first step? Or my understanding, Mayor Rouse, is that really we came to you for input, and we've noticed this meeting to get input on the continued operations of State Street. So I think you have a pretty broad slate. But since I have the floor, I would like to understand further Ms. Sneddon's concern about addressing stormwater and parades through design of existing, because those are already designed. So that's a bit challenging to understand, if she could clarify what she means by that.
Ms. Sneddon?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the clarifying question?
I'm sorry, you asked for addressing the existing structures through design. And I'm not sure if they're going to be left as they are, how we address that through design. And, certainly for parades, we can modify the conditions of a parade such that it doesn't create a hazard by making it smaller and narrower and so forth, possibly with input from your police and fire. But I don't know how we address stormwater and so that's just sort of waiting to see what happens.
Yeah, so I'll try and clarify that. Through the existing structures that are there may need to be modified, but that the businesses themselves are responsible for the cleanliness standards, to the city's standards, the stormwater mitigation, and then working with parade boards to be able to manage parades through there. It's just that existing structures not need to be portable to address those issues. But there are, just working with businesses over the last couple of weeks, they have many ideas for how maybe they can just change the platform level, or all kinds of creative ideas of trapdoors and different ways to manage that. And from the roundtable meetings with the Chamber of Commerce, the recommendation was that we let businesses innovate, that's what they do, that we set forward the requirement that your existing structure, we're not going to tell you to make it portable, but it must be able to have a deep clean, and you are responsible for that stormwater. And then we can work with the structures on parades, if that helps.
Thank you for the clarification.
I know you got your hand up, Mr. Jordan, but I have Mr. Friedman and Ms. Harmon up there as well.
I was
Mr.
just going
Friedman.
to second that motion, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry? Would you repeat yourself?
I was just going to second that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. We'll have to understand the motion for you guys. So, Mr. Friedman, I'll let you go ahead and,
I just have a clarification. So without the portability, it seems that some of the parades will be able to go through, but based on the current fire, the concerns of fire and police, that the larger parades with vehicles or equestrian wouldn't be able to go through. So I'm just want to fully understand if part of this is that for, say, Fiesta, 4th of July, Veterans Day parades, we're just going to have to find alternate routes based on this for the next few years. Because without the portability, my understanding is there's public safety concerns that it's just not wide enough. And there's public safety concerns about having the parklets that close to some of the vehicles or the horses in some cases. So if that's where the council wants to go, that's where we want to go. That's the understanding, and that's the recommendation of the staff report was those are to be excluded. So I just want to be clear, that's what we're voting on, is for those types of parades, we'll have to find somewhere else to put them. In particular, Fiesta, 4th of July, and holiday parade. It's about the portability. I don't see how we get there.
I think you're correct, Mr. Friedman. I think public safety has recommended against us trying to do a parade with the parklets in place. Do you have more, Mr. Friedman, or?
I'm just asking the maker or the seconder of the motion if that's their understanding, is those other parades are going to have to find another place, another location or another route.
Mayor Rouse, did you want me to try and answer that?
Right, please do.
Okay. Yeah, so working with Fiesta, as they suggested, there may be alternate routes or moving the routes further up State Street, starting further up. We would work with public safety to see what could work for them. We would set this as the decision point, and then working forward from that, we would work with public safety, the parade organizers, and the city to be able to figure out how it would work moving forward. But certainly we would have the parades.
Okay, Mr. Friedman, does that clarify that for you?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay. Join the club. All right, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I only heard two absolutes in that motion, and that was we will continue outdoor business operations on State Street, and that we would move the expiration date of some form of the ERETO to 12/31/24. The rest of it I heard was
And that new parklets would be portable. New outdoor dining facilities would be portable. That's an absolute.
I took that for granted. But the rest of it I heard was that was still a continued work in process. I mean, I've talked to Fiesta, and they see that they could possibly come up Chapala, jig back over down the street. The 3 blocks right outside us here have a total of 3 outdoor business facilities. I mean, if push came to shove and we had to pick up another 3 blocks of open, like, how hard would it be to ask for us to ask 3 of them to make them portable to pick up those 3 blocks. Talking with other planners that are working on the longer-term State Street Master Plan, it's not inconceivable to me to see an equivalent of State Street that looks like a serpentine in 30 years, where it's going like that, and alternate sets of blocks are actually flush all the way across the street. So I think there's a lot to be worked on, and what I heard in that motion was that we're going to continue to work on it. Not that we're saying no to parades or no to portability, but that we'd continue to work on it.
Well, okay, I guess do we have a motion and a second on the floor? Am I, all right. Ms. Gutierrez?
I am not clear with Councilmember Jordan. When you say we're not saying no to parades, meaning reroute them somewhere else, but we are saying no to where they normally would pass by downtown. Okay. So in this motion, are we being very clear to the public that we are not going to have our holiday parades, our fiesta parades, our parades in general, through the route that they normally take downtown?
I don't think saying we're being very clear is true, because when we start charging rent, when we start restricting the size of parklets, when we start making the new ones be portable and the old ones are attritioning, you may eventually have routes where you didn't think they exist today. So I just know that in talking with Fiesta, that they've indicated that they think they can navigate around the downtown in a way that gets them back on a significant portion of State Street, but maybe not in the entire State Street that they've historically used. That's coming from Fiesta, not from me. So I think it's still a work in progress.
So just to be clear for our, for the chief, the fire and police chief, what we are proposing is, yes, we're here to support our parades, but we are going to have to look for alternative routes, because the routes that they normally take now are a potential emergency hazard because of the parklets, right? Is this what the motion is? I'm sorry, I'm just not clear.
Well, I didn't make it, so I'll let Ms. Snedden
We can
answer
have
that
the
question.
clerk read it back the way you have it, Mr. Clerk, if you would.
I'm actually going to have Councilmember Snedden reread the motion.
Okay. It's on you, Ms. Snedden.
Okay, I won't do all my side reasons of why, and I will just say what I think I said for the motion. That we will continue with outdoor dining facilities on State Street. Any new structures will need to be portable. We will bring the guidelines back before we recommend them as standards. We will have the Master Planning Committee looking at the longer term circulation. We will look at changing the date of the EERO. We'll have the ad hoc committee do the deeper dive on bicycles and e-bikes. We'll have the ad hoc continue to work with parades and public safety to come up with a plan. And we will currently prioritize cleanliness, lighting, and security.
Okay. Mr. Friedman or Mr. Harmon, I'm getting a message that your hands are raised. Are you guys, you're not? Okay. False message then. All right, very good. So do you understand the motion? Well, I have to say, I'm going to make a comment about the motion, and I mean, there's not really anything to vote for or against there, because we really didn't go anywhere. I mean, I'm a little disappointed because the original agenda that I was briefed on changed after I was briefed on it, so it actually had some more firm dates. And I realize that the committee was still working with staff to get all that done. But we've met today, we've talked about stuff, we still kick the can down the road. It's kind of how we roll sometimes. What bothers me, though, is we talk about, and I know that, you're right, the Fiesta group did talk about winding the parade around. Actually, David said right there in front of us today. But we say, well, we're going to leave this block alone, but this block over here, we can remove those parklets. What we're saying is we're conferring value on one section of properties, and we're diminishing value on another. So when we close down a street, just whimsically, because we want to, did we change the condition of somebody who owns a piece of property or somebody who leased that property that goes from a street with traffic on it to a street without traffic on it? And I don't know the answer to that. I have varying opinions about it. But we're doing this kind of fancifully and kind of willy-nilly, I think. And I'm pretty put off by it, frankly. This was a great response by council, I wasn't on it at the time, to get people through COVID. And now we're trying to wrestle this thing back down, and we knew it was going to be hard. But what I'm not seeing is the teamwork that I was really hoping for from the whole community, from everybody saying, yeah, we did that, we got, this will be our third summer of outdoor dining with no rent or whatever, great, and we'll go X, Y, and Z. I'm not hearing that. I'm hearing that, oh, you can't do that to us, you're hurting us. I go, what about everyone else? What about everyone else that didn't get those things? I was dealing with some of my friends down at the waterfront, my old peers down there, and they're going, we're paying 11.4% rent. What's the city doing for us? I'm going, giving you sunshine, I don't know. So I'm really struggling with this. Like, there's nothing in your motion that I can't vote for, but I don't know what it's doing other than sending it back to the committee, which is fine. It needs to go back to committee, but just the whole process, the next time we meet, I'd like there to be something actionable, something that we're doing, because I really don't think we did that today. And I think we spent a whole bunch of time doing exactly what we've done before, yakking about it. And I don't think we've gone anywhere. So if you guys are seeing some progress and I'm not, then that's on me. But anyway, we have a motion on the floor. And if nobody else has a comment, we can go ahead and go to a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
This is a motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Friedman.
Harmon.
Excuse me. This is a motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Harmon. Councilmember Friedman.
No.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon. Mayor Pro Tem Harmon. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
No.
And Mayor Rouse.
No. We still have Ms. Harmon.
Councilmember Harmon.
Can you hear me saying yes?
No, we did now.
You did now.
Thank you. All right, motion passes. Thank you. All right, thanks everybody for hanging in there. I know that was a long one. And we need to move to the next item, if you would, Mr. Clerk. And we're also going to have to look at 6 o'clock, giving another break to the translators.
Our next item is item 19, interim urgency ordinance limiting new hotel development pending completion of the 2023 housing element. Recommendation that council adopt by reading in full and by a 4/5 vote an interim urgency ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara limiting the development or use of new hotel rooms pending adoption of the 2023 housing element.
Okay, Ms. Brooke, we'll go ahead, and like I said, we've got this. We'll have council questions. I don't know how many public comments we have, but we do have a timing issue with our translators, so at some point we're going to need a break in there, so we'll find a logical spot. So please go ahead.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you. Renee Brooke, City Planner. I'll give a very brief presentation on this item. We are here before you today for council to consider an interim urgency ordinance to temporarily limit development or expansion of hotels pending adoption of the city's 2023 housing element. By way of background, we've had a couple of discussions on this topic in the last several weeks, starting with the Joint Planning Commission and City Council meeting on April 28th, when those two bodies were discussing draft goals for the 2023 housing element. And then council followed up on May 17th and adopted 8 goals for staff to use as guidance as we draft the 2023 housing element. At both of those hearings, concern was expressed by members of the public and members of the Planning Commission and City Council that both through just perhaps the number of hotel projects that were making its way through the process, and anecdotally and in fact, some projects that had at one point been proposed for residential development had then switched to hotel development in areas where both uses are allowed. So questions were asked about the possibility to enact a limitation or a moratorium on hotel development until the housing element is adopted. So on June 7th, Council considered a different draft of this urgency ordinance, had discussion, received public comment at that hearing, and then directed staff to return today with a revised ordinance based on the discussion that took place on June 7th. As I mentioned, some of the factors that led to the concern about the pending hotel development are that we have in our city zones that allow both hotel and residential use. And so there's concern expressed that when you've got zones that allow both use, if hotel developments just are more feasible financially, that developers may choose to propose hotels rather than housing, and our community severely needs housing development. At the time, as actually on June 7th was when we first presented the data about approximately how many hotel rooms we had pending or recently approved in the city, and that's approximately 767. It's not an exact number. I do want to just add a caveat there that we had queried our database based on pre-application review team and planner consultations, building permits, those projects that were going through the design review process. There are probably a couple other projects that may fall under the ordinance as it's drafted. So I just don't want you to hold me to exactly that number. But as drafted, the ordinance would allow those projects we discussed at your last hearing to continue through the process. And again, the concern being expressed that allowing this hotel development to proceed and outcompete residential uses, as well as some concerns expressed that perhaps hotel developments actually generate increased demand for housing units, that were kind of double jeopardy there on not improving our jobs housing balance. This map I showed at the last hearing, anywhere on here that has a color is a zoning designation that allows hotels. Where it is green is where residential uses are allowed. Purple are where residential uses are not allowed, but hotels are. So that's just to get a sense of the green areas are a pretty significant area of town where both hotels and residential uses are allowed. So on June 7th, after discussion and public comment, council directed staff to return with an ordinance that would allow hotel projects to continue, otherwise limit hotel development from proceeding until the housing element is adopted, but allow hotel projects to continue if the proposed development, including pre-applications, were submitted to the city as of May 17th, or the site is located in the coastal zone. And our reasoning there was that we did not foresee that any changes that we developed through our housing element drafting would affect any zoning designations in the coastal zone, as the predominantly supported land use in the coastal zone is visitor serving uses. We didn't expect that we'd come out of the housing element process with policies that would change that situation in the coastal zone. So I just want to highlight the two most relevant sections of the ordinance that are attached to your report. Section 2B states what we would not be allowed to do under this urgency ordinance if it's passed by council. So we could not accept and we could not permit or grant any zoning clearance of any kind if well, I'll just read it. No application shall be accepted and no permit or zoning clearance of any kind shall be approved or issued in any zone that allows hotels, with the exception of the coastal zone, if the application or permit would result in development or use of a new hotel rooms, expansion of an existing hotel, or conversion of a structure to hotel use. That's the overarching limitation. And then ordinance section 2D speaks to those projects that were at some point through our review process or consultation process with staff that council directed should be allowed to proceed if the urgency ordinance is adopted. So any hotel development that had been submitted to the city either through a formal planning application or through submittal of a pre-application review team or planner consultation application as of May 17th would be allowed to proceed through the development process. And then again, as a reminder to your council, interim urgency ordinances, because they take effect immediately, have a pretty high bar for passage. Per the state law, it requires a 4/5 vote of the council, and when all 7 members of you are in attendance, that's 6 affirmative votes of council to pass. If for some reason we didn't have all 7 of you, the very minimum would be 5 affirmative votes per the city charter. Again, it's effective immediately. It initially expires in 45 days. If the urgency ordinance were to pass, we need to return to your council pretty quickly prior to the 45-day expiration and give good reason for why the ordinance should be extended beyond that. Because we did provide a public notice prior to this hearing, the council would have the opportunity at that next hearing to extend the ordinance by up to 22 months and 15 days. So it would be in effect at that point for 2 years, up to 2 years. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions as well as Assistant City Attorney Tava Ostringer.
Thank you. Questions from council? Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hey, Ms. Brook, can you run me back for that map again? Is there a color on there that allows hotels but does not allow residential?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Jordan, yes, on this map, it'd be the purple.
Okay. And so, but the language in the proposed ordinance allows no hotels, even in a zone that allows hotels but not residential?
Perhaps I'm not following the question.
Will the ordinance allow a new hotel to be approved, blah, 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 in the purple zone?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, no.
Okay. And so the jump was somehow made from the premise of hotels being built instead of housing to no hotels being built anywhere?
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Jordan, the ordinance was drafted in response to our discussion a few weeks ago that would essentially allow anything that we had received prior to May 17th to continue to proceed. Should we receive an application, say tomorrow, for a hotel in that purple area as drafted, we would not be able to accept it.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from council?
Mr. Mayor, I do have a question.
Mr. Friedman.
I was sent an email by someone who is looking at a small number of rooms converting office to office right now. I'll give the address. It's 1524 State, and said he's been in consultation with staff and spent a significant amount of time. Is staff aware of that project, and does this qualify under the ordinance for him to continue to move forward? Because the intent of the ordinance was if someone had already been with staff, consulting with staff, invested significant amount of time and funding, that it would continue to allow it to go through the process, but anything that has not been proposed would be no longer going forward. So is staff familiar with that project? Feel obligation to raise it since the individual reached out to me and said he had been working with staff.
Certainly, and Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, that address is not ringing any bells for me. That doesn't mean that they perhaps hadn't been talking to planning counter staff, so I can't say right now whether or not we have a pre-application or planner consultation in for that address. And just to make sure I understand the proposal clearly, it's existing office space conversion to hotel or short-term rental, is that your understanding?
Yeah, it was a 1,800 square foot office building that would be converted to 3 short-term units at 600 square feet. It's not currently housing.
Correct. So I think based on that description, it would fall under ordinance section 2B because it would result in development of new hotel rooms. And I can't say right now at this point if it's qualifying under the exception criteria for a pre-application we received prior to May 17th.
All right, very good. Questions from anybody else on council? If not, we will go to public comment. We'll begin with Kathy Janega Dykes, followed by Kristen Miller, and these will be 3 minutes.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. I'm Kathy Janega Dykes. I'm President and CEO of Visit Santa Barbara. I want to begin by thank you for your continued collaboration with the hospitality industry and certainly Visit Santa Barbara. And I'm here today for the rare purpose of opposing this ordinance. And please don't mistake me. Our hospitality industry understands the importance of affordable housing. And for the entire business community, the lack of affordable housing poses a really significant hurdle in attracting and retaining talent. But our industry isn't alone on this issue. And despite our opposition to the ordinance's blunt halt to all hotel development, Visit Santa Barbara strongly supports thoughtfully managed growth. So if a proposed hotel project truly competes with a viable project for affordable housing in the future, we respect the city's interest in protecting available land for such projects. But proactively halting all future projects, regardless of their viability for affordable housing, is really unnecessary today. And it's frustrating that some would suggest that solving this regional challenge through targeted actions only against our industry. In fact, every sector of the economy is in need of affordable housing. Yet this ordinance is based on faulty narratives about the hospitality industry. And here's just one. Using the logic of this ordinance, we should have seen hundreds of new vacancies during the pandemic because regional hotels lost 900 jobs during this time. But on the whole, jobs in the accommodation sector make up only 2% of all jobs in Santa Barbara County, 12% if we look at leisure and hospitality as a whole. So the hospitality industry is not the main contributor to housing shortages. This proposal attacking the hospitality isn't a reasonable solution. The proposal is too targeted to be useful and too blunt to be fair. And finally, it does increase the difficulty of attracting responsible development in the future, and that could be restaurants or retail or other businesses. So I urge you to vote no and consider more targeted policies that preserve only viable locations for much-needed affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Miller, I don't see, I believe she must have left. So we'll go to Max, and I hope I'm getting your last name right, Baranov. Did I get that right? Wow, 2 for 2 today. Doing good. You have 3 minutes, please.
Mr. Rouse and members of the council, my name is Max Mironov. I've lived in Santa Barbara for 20 years. I'm a real estate investor and a builder, currently building housing in this town, and I own several rental properties, a few of which I've legally converted to short-term rentals per your regulations. I purchased 1524 State Street, October of last year, that Mr. Friedman asked about, with the intention of converting it to 3 short-term rental units. My particular application does not require a pre-application, but I've been to the city multiple times consulted with planning staff and building staff, and I actually submitted a full application, building plans, last Wednesday. I'm asking you guys to please consider adding me to the list of the projects that would be allowed to continue. And just to talk a little bit about STRs, not all projects would actually take away housing. My project in particular is converting an underutilized office building to 3 apartments. Those apartments can be rented short-term or long-term. Anything over 30 days does not require hotel tax. So as an investor, that's a really viable application for me. I've done my best to follow the rules you guys have outlined, and I do not support an outright ban on new hotel developments. I don't believe that's consistent with economic vitality. I don't believe that's consistent with following the rules that you guys have put in place for us to follow. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Joe Androlaitis.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, fellow council members. My name is Joe Androlaitis. I'm a local architect practicing here for nearly 30 years. I don't know if you guys remember the Cosmont report back in 2019. I just wanted to point out 3 of the key findings from that report. The city of Santa Barbara does not have a business-friendly reputation. Its permitting process is expensive and high risk, and staff is not enthusiastic to expedite development. So please tell me how a hotel ban helps address these findings. Obviously, it does not. It only perpetuates the findings. When I review the list of pending projects, I don't see a housing threat. Of the 21 hotel projects listed, 8 are in the coastal zone and represent 2/3 of the proposed hotel rooms. These aren't subject to the ban. 5 are in the central business district. Are we really going to limit development where it's desperately needed? In fact, hotels can serve as catalysts to future development and can help transform an entire block. Look what the Californian did to Lower State Street. Or you can simply drive to San Luis Obispo to see the results of recent hotel developments there. Of the remaining 8 projects, 1 is a 2-room addition to a bed and breakfast. 4 are already approved and converting existing office retail space that are underutilized. The last 3 projects comprise a total of 15 rooms. Of all 21 projects, only 1 is proposed in a residential zone. Again, I don't see the threat. All I see is another threat to development in Santa Barbara. Please deny this hotel ban and focus on making Santa Barbara more business-friendly. Thank you.
Thank you. And are there any public commenters online?
There are no public comment online, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. We'll go to council, council comments and deliberations. Mr. Jordan.
I'll lead. So 3 weeks ago, I had reservations for that, and I got over the reservations because I got everything I wanted, the 21 properties on the list. But then you've given me 3 weeks to think about it. And I think I said back then, there are 21 parcels on that list. 3, 4, let's just say 4. 4 of those were in the ADU high-density overlay zone. All the rest were in lower density, and it'd be questionable, in my mind at least, in my experience, whether any residential project in a lower density zone, not in the high-density overlay, is very feasible these days. So that list, not to ever agree with Mr. Androlaitis' forensic work on a list, but that list just became troublesome to me too. I also am assuming, I guess, presuming that we made the jump to potentially banning new hotels everywhere, not just where there was a residential potential due to zoning, but even in zones where it was only hotels being allowed, not residential. Is the the supposed nexus between low-income jobs and hotel production. And I've seen, people have sent me stats and statistics all week, but I'm still hanging on to those, that EDD worksheet that comes out every month and that showed 5,000 jobs in the entire county of Santa Barbara as of the end of April in the lodging community. That was doubled and tripled by ag, retail, and food and beverage, all of which are equally low-paying jobs. Of those four categories, accommodations was the lowest number of jobs in the city. So I'm really not, I wasn't then, I'm really not following any connection between creating, that this is a huge generator of low-income jobs in our community. I've also heard the arguments on that we have to get the housing authority involved, and I frankly still see housing authority struggling even when we give them the land to use and we take that part out of the formula, that they still struggle. So it's clear to me that they can't function in a real environment where they have to buy the land and develop low-income housing of the magnitude that we need, according to our scorecard. And to me, there's some things we control and some things we don't control, and we're attempting to find an answer to a question in an area we shouldn't control it. And I agree, again, with Mr. Andrewlitis, but in a little softer sense, that we should be looking in the mirror. And I'll give you an example. A couple of weeks ago at a design board, a development on East Cannon Perdido came in with 34 units, under height, fully parked, no setback modification requirements, all open yard met, and immediately lost 7 units on the top floor, not because it wasn't meeting any of our requirements or goals, but because of the quote-unquote look and feel and compatibility. So we lost a minuscule part of our percentage of inclusionary, but more importantly, those units that were lost on the top just moved their burden down to the remaining units on the bottom and increased the market rate rents that would be on there as a result of the design process. And we do this, just an example, I mean, I know everybody knows we're doing this all the time to ourselves, continually. We need to do better at conveying our goals and what we want to do right down through the bottom of our organization, whether it's when you first walk in the door on Garden Street, or whether it's a design group, or frankly, whether it's people sitting up here on council giving clear direction and making sure that our processes are improved, that our processes reflect what we say we want to do, and we don't just look away. Another example I would give you just briefly involved actually, I met for coffee with the owner of the old Roma Santa building on Garden Street, which I'm calling the birth mom of this process. That was a conversion of an office building to a hotel that got everybody in a tizzy, myself included, looking into it. And he sat me down and basically lectured me for an hour on the much easier pathway for a commercial office to convert to a commercial hotel, and that we actually make that easier, because if we try and change the use from commercial to residential, it is basically a trip through purgatory, with all kinds of added requirements and additional burdens on the property that just makes a person say, why would I do that? And that's, again, an example of the opposite we should be doing rather than the positive thing that we should be doing if we want to solve this problem. So I'm not going to be able to support this going forward any further. I think we've done what I wanted to see done. I wanted to see the list. I wanted to think about it for a bit. But it just appears to me that if we really wanted to change something, we should be looking inward and not outward at a convenient target and pursuing this answer that's in front of us today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will agree that number one, we need to make conversion to housing effortless. We have multiple examples. We heard some today, but there are examples across the street from City Hall where there were opportunities for apartments downtown, but instead they were converted to hotels because it was a more streamlined process. So rather than throw this ordinance out, I would say we need to do this ordinance and make it really streamlined and so incredibly desirable to have adaptive reuse and to make those move through quickly. We are losing spaces to a variety of other uses, and the hotels are one of them. I think, if we didn't think that there were a lot in the pipeline, the number alone of this 767 currently pending is so many rooms. And when you break it down, I recognize that many of those could not be housing, but quite a few of them could be. And the idea isn't to stop what's already happened when people purchase things and have already gone through review, but this is the trend. We are just booming in the hotel industry right now. And once those hotels are built and underway, they're not going to then go back to being housing. So the idea of this urgency ordinance is to stop this ballooning progression further. It's not to target any one industry other than an industry that, if those spaces could be affordable housing or any housing, frankly, should be housing. That is what our goal is. We just recently passed a budget that had $0 allotted to affordable housing, but we've set it as our goal in our housing element. We are making no progress in producing the type of housing we need. And this is just one more of those ways. I would add to this that short-term rentals are a real detriment, and we need to be enforcing those, but I think those are all additive. We need adaptive reuse, yes. We need to enforce short-term rentals, yes. And we need this moratorium on further loss and erosion of our housing stock, or what could be housing stock, to hotels. In addition to that, we have this jobs housing imbalance, and that is an overarching problem that we have, and we do need to produce more housing, but we also need to be looking at producing more higher wage earning jobs. And this is a strike against that imbalance on the two fronts. So I would still like to see this move forward. I think it's necessary. It's in response to an urgency that is sort of borne out by the numbers that are in the pipeline and how many more might be considered. And until we make it so that that isn't a route that can be easily chosen, we won't be focusing on how to make the route to home conversions or adaptive reuse more streamlined and make that a route that's more desirable. So I will be supporting this today.
All right, very good. Mr. Friedman?
Thank you. Well, here's that. This isn't going to be able to pass today because I think we need 6 votes. So, so I'll just say that one is I don't disagree with anything that has been said today. Where this came from my perspective, is that as local communities are expected and being required to build more housing, and you have communities like ours that are basically built out, and that if we don't get there, then the state keeps taking away local control. This was, for me, a way to keep the playing field the way it is right now for the next 10 months. This wasn't a permanent ban. It was a moratorium so we could go through the housing element process, and we could look at where do we want hotels, what areas don't we want them, and there is a point that Councilmember Sneddon raised, is that if there is a project that goes forward and becomes a hotel that could have been a housing project, we miss that opportunity. And to Mr. Adrolaitis' point is we need to reform our processes. So there would have been an opportunity, perhaps because over the next 10 months as well, to look at those opportunities that could make it more incentivized for housing to go forward on some of these projects. And that's the Long Range Development Oversight Committee, which we have, which has been making progress on that. So the other component that is a factor in this is that we're also responsive to the residents that live here. And just last week, we entered into a stage 2 drought statewide and here locally. And we're trying to get residents to conserve water. And the number one question I get is, why should we conserve water if we're building all these new housing units, but we're also building new hotels? So for me, it was, let's just put everything in place now, hold it the way it is while we go through the housing process. That's all it was. And I apologize if it was seen as an attack on a certain industry. That was never the intent. And I just want to make that clear. But that's where it came from. So that's all I really have to say. And no matter how we vote today, it doesn't look like it's going forward, but just wanted to put all that out there on the intent of it. So thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank city staff. Thank you for all the work that you've done. I understand the intent behind it. And yes, we have a housing crisis. My only issue is that we all know that getting a permit here in the city of Santa Barbara to build takes a while. And we are working on it, and we've gotten a lot better, but we're not there yet. My only concern, and I'm going to be very honest, I'm not supportive of this, but I understand your intent, and I want to recognize city staff work. And the reason behind my decision is because when somebody walks into the community development department with plans, they have already wasted easily $5,000. And I would have loved to give the community a heads up, like a year's heads up. In 2024, we are going to do this. Be aware, warning. And so to bring this upon community members that have submitted applications, I just think it's unfair. I also think that as leaders, we have to get more creative of the way that we use our taxes, the taxes that the city gets. I believe that the TOT tax can be used to funnel in money to the Housing Authority. The Housing Authority is, I believe, the organization that can provide that low-income housing, the affordable housing that we need. We have to be very realistic. There's nowhere to grow, but we also can't be so hard on people that have bought property and that want to develop. That is their right, but we have to work with them. And something like this just, I think, creates more of a division between developers or property owners. And I want to get to the point where as leaders and city staff, we can work with developers and landlords to better our housing situation, because we need to work together and get creative in the way that we use our funding and the taxes that comes in. But I do want to recognize city staff for all your hard work. We are not an easy crowd. I mean, I sit here and I'm looking at you guys and I'm like, I don't know how you guys do it. But I understand the intent, and you guys just follow orders. So thank you so much. But that's my reasoning behind not supporting this ordinance.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to keep my camera off because I am feeding the baby at the moment. I apologize. I did just want to say, I hear also that we don't appear to have the votes to pass this, but I will be supporting it today. I understand it would not be a panacea to solving our housing crisis in this city, but to me, it's a yes and. yes, we do this and we move forward to put in place housing policies that properly incentivize the kind of housing we want to see. To me, this type of action really is significant because it says we're serious about solving that crisis, particularly if we enact this moratorium in the short-term way that it's envisioned as we move forward with our housing elements. So, you know, I certainly understand, even from the folks who are voting no on this, I think there's a lot to agree with in all that you say. For me, I think it's an important step to take. It's certainly an important symbol. And I think more than even just being a symbol, to press pause on the state of play is really critical, in my opinion, as we move forward in developing housing policies. So I understand I don't think we will succeed in this one today, but I will be voting yes and appreciate the conversation that everyone is having around this issue. Thank you.
All right, very good. And as, Mr. Gutierrez, let me see you up there, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to just kind of give a heads up to my colleagues that aren't going to be voting for this. We're all aware about what happened on Friday on the Supreme Court and how that's affecting millions of Americans throughout our country. And we're all also aware that that's just the start of it. There's going to be millions of people that are going to wake up and realize that they're no longer welcome where they currently live, and they're going to go to places where they are. In California, Santa Barbara is most likely going to be one of those locations. So we're already in a bad place when it comes to housing. Just wait a few more months to see what's going to happen. And I know you already said no, but I don't think you're looking at the forest through the trees here. Like I'm looking at a dam that's about to burst. So I implore you, with that being said, to reconsider your vote about not supporting this. And I am going to support it. Thanks.
All right, very good, thank you. Well, Mr. Jordan brought up some really good points about looking at the zoning and how that works. And frankly, as we look at, and Ms. Harmon's comments actually kind of drove it home for me too, is that what we're looking at is something that's almost more symbolic than it is practical. And we're doing an ordinance to do something that is trying to make a statement about what we're doing. But in fact, what we do is make it really hard to develop anything, let alone housing. And when we do try to develop housing, we insist that it is the kind of housing we want. So we've tapped the brakes on AUD from just doing just that. So I won't be supporting the motion either. But in speaking of which, just Gutierrez, you have another comment?
Yeah, I would actually look, and it has nothing to do with this ordinance, it has to do more with housing. I would actually really support helping streamline and helping our, mom and pops, landlords, to streamline the AUDs so they can build that extra unit. And usually those extra units that are built in a resident home, a single family unit, they're usually rented out to the people that work here, local families. I want to make it clear to the community that it's not that I'm against the housing. I want to see more affordable housing. I just don't think it's a fair way that we are communicating to the public about this ordinance. If we would have given a year warning, I think that would be fair. I think this process is not being fair. I do understand the urgency of the crisis that we've had. We've had this urgency for years. But I am not going to be pressured to vote on something that I feel that we could have communicated to the public a little bit better.
All right, thank you. I think we've had our comments. Is there anybody that would like to make a motion?
I'll move it since I originally brought it up to have it looked at, and appreciate everyone's time and our staff time on this. Thank you.
Okay, motion by Friedman,
Second.
second by Snedden. Mr. Clerk, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Oh, and could I add a comment just very quickly? Sorry, that this only would apply to new everything that's already permitted or even in pre-planning would not be affected by this, if that makes any difference.
Ms. Ostranger.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Ms. Sneddon, would you repeat the question for Ms. Ostranger?
Oh, it was a comment. It was a comment to clarify that this only applies to new hotel development. It wouldn't apply to what's already in the pipeline, if that helps at all. It was just a comment. Yeah, not part of the motion or anything.
All right, Mr. Kalan.
In order to avoid needing to read the entire ordinance before the council votes, I'd suggest you take a straw vote, and if it's not successful, we wouldn't need to read the whole ordinance aloud.
Okay, very good. I think I would take that under advisement, and we create a straw vote, which we don't do a roll call on, right? We do a roll call, we don't do a roll call? We don't do a roll call, okay. All those in favor, raise your hands.
Aye.
There's one.
Aye.
Two.
Aye.
And those opposed? Okay, it's going to fail, so we don't, because it needed to be or 5 votes, is that correct? All right, very good. All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor? Oh,
Yeah.
Can I request that, I'm not super comfortable with the straw poll, that it be reflected in the minutes, what the straw poll votes were?
Mr. Kalan, would you respond to that for me, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Sneddon, the minutes can reflect that a majority of the council directed not to read the ordinance in full.
Okay. But it will reflect the votes?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. Ms. Bjork, we are 5 minutes away from when we need to take a break for the translators. We have this one item left, which is the appointments. You have an opinion?
Mayor Ross, you usually go through those fairly rapidly.
Yeah, I think
And
we
it is your
probably
shorter
can.
of the 2 application periods. I think if you can get it done within 15 minutes, we're probably good. And if
Is
I
that
hear
How
otherwise.
my colleagues feel about that? Get her done? Anybody
Works
got
for
an
me.
opinion? I think
Works for me.
we getting thumbs up from the clerk.
Yes.
She likes it.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. We will do this, and you'll make nominations as the categories are read out. And then the clerk will tabulate the nominations, we'll make the determination. Any other instructions, Ms. Corman, about all that, or?
That all sounds very good, Mr. Mayor. I would say it may take a second or two for us to check the votes after.
Okay, very good. We'll start out with the Arts Advisory Committee. I will take nominations.
I'll nominate Daryl McNeil.
And if I may, Mayor and Council, just remember to have your mics on when you're jumping in here.
Right. So, yeah, it's going to be tough to get people out of the room because you're going to probably talk over each other, but we can get through this. Okay, we have a nomination for McNeil. Anybody other further nominations?
Can I move by acclamation?
Move by acclamation? Everybody okay with that?
Second.
Say aye. Aye? We don't need a roll call
Aye.
this.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll go to Building and Fire Code Board of Appeals. We need 5 people. We've got, 5 vacancies. We have 2 applicants.
Nominate Marston and Sorgman?
Okay, so that's the slate.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? None? Okay, move by acclamation. Once again, Central Coast Committee for Senior Citizens, we have 1 vacancy and 1 applicant. Anyone?
I move Green.
Thank you. Okay, move by, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We don't really need to second these anyway, so we can go ahead. Citizens Oversight Committee, we have 7 vacancies. We have 4 applications, but I believe the ones that's a member of the business committee can move into qualified elector category as well.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
So you have 7 vacancies and then 4 eligible candidates. Anybody have a motion on that or a nomination?
I'll move them all and put Jarrett Gorin as a qualified elector since you have to move one of them.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye? Anyone opposed? Nope. Okay, we do not have a Civil Service Commission applicant. Community Development and Human Services Committee, we have 7 vacancies and we have 2 applicants.
Move
believe we
Lemberger
have
and Permit.
3 applicants. Second page, you turn the page.
Was that? Oh, you're exactly right. Thank you. We still have more vacancies and applicants.
Move all 3.
Move all 3. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
This is going pretty well. Okay, here we get to the competition. Fire and Police Commission, we have 1 vacancy and 4 applicants. Can I get a nomination, please?
Louis Renaud.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Louis Renaud.
Okay, very good. Any other ones?
John Thine?
John Tyne, 2. All right, very good. And let's see, I think, Mr. Clerk, I think you call us for this. If there are no further, we have 1 vacancy and 2 applicants. So go ahead and poll us if you would, please.
Councilmember Sneddon,
Renaud.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon,
Renaud.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez,
Renaud.
Councilmember Jordan,
Renaud.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez,
Thine?
Councilmember Friedman,
Renaud.
and Mayor Rouse.
Right down. Very good. So around, thank you. Moving on, Historic Landmarks Commission, 1 vacancy. We have,
I'll
do we have
move
one up?
to,
Yeah, okay.
yeah, the 1 vacancy.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Apparently not. Congratulations, Ms. Ensberg. Housing Authority Commission, we have 3 vacancies.
I want to nominate Lucia Boss.
Lucille Ball, Boss?
Boss,
Boss.
uh-huh.
Probably happens to her all the time, doesn't it? Any other nominations for the Housing Authority Commission?
Almengor and Fenger, in addition to
And
Boss.
Wenger, okay.
And Almengor, did you get Almengor?
Right, we got Almengor and Fenger. Any further nominations? Well, those are the nominations. We could actually move that by acclamation if you'd like.
So moved.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Yes.
Living Wage Advisory Committee, we have 4 vacancies and 3 applicants. I know Robert Permit, I believe, became on the other committee, but Living Wage Advisory isn't exactly a super active committee, I don't think. So, any nominations?
Move Williams.
And Kamali.
Okay.
You said there's 3 seats available?
Right, but there's 2 nominations, one for Williams and one for Kamal.
And Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, it's 4 vacancies.
Oh.
They're for different categories, though.
Oh, I see.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. Okay, very good. Well, in that case, we've got 1 in each category. We can go ahead and call that by acclamation, can we not?
So moved.
Okay. All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, aye, aye. Measure P Committee, we can get through that one pretty quick. No applicants yet. Neighborhood Advisory Council, there are 5 vacancies. There are 2 applicants, both in a committee, both at the public at large, and there's 3 vacancies for that.
I'll
Move, anyone?
both. I'll move both candidates.
Councilmember Friedman, you're muted. I see your mouth.
I wasn't talking.
So moved by, sorry, I wasn't understanding. Would you move by, did we get both the nominees?
Will staff figure out which one gets which year billet?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Jordan, either staff will decide via lot, essentially flipping a coin,
Okay.
or if council wishes to decide now, they can nominate for different positions.
Okay.
Somebody move yet?
Yeah, so,
And Mayor, the motion should include authorization of the clerk to decide it by lot.
okay, that good for the maker of the motion, Ms. Gutierrez? And the second for that?
Yes.
Okay,
Second.
second. Move Gutierrez, second Jordan. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Rental Housing Mediation Board. We have 5 vacancies. We have 6 applicants. We also have 3 in the Landlord Committee, which we got 3 right there, then 1 homeowner. Let's see what we got here.
I move Teresa Patino for landlord.
Okay. There's Patino,
Move McCann.
McCann. Further nomination?
I'll move all 3 for the landlord category.
Okay. Spearsmore, Benz, and Patino. All right, well, we've got, as it says with the nominations, we have 3 in the Landlord Committee, 1 in the Homeowner Committee. That fills what we need.
Move by acclamation.
Move by acclamation. All is in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good.
Aye.
Thank you. Santa Barbara Youth Council, we have 3 for Santa Barbara Unified. They also all qualify for public at large, so really we have 5 applicants and 8 vacancies.
So move them all and authorize staff to move one of the privates to public at large.
Very good. Second to that?
Second.
Okay, we got moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Single Family Design Review Board, 3 vacancies, 1 applicant.
Anderson,
Okay.
Can we offer her the longer term, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, Councilmember Jordan, with your direction.
She
Do we
won't
need
have-
to make that a motion?
She wouldn't, sure. So move Anderson and to the 2026 expiration.
Very good. And you got a second for that?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Transportation Circulation Committee, we got 1 vacancy. We have 4 applicants.
Move, well, sure, I'm screwing this name up, Sealdschlag? Sealdschlag?
Only if you can say it.
Sarah, how's that?
Okay.
I could do that.
Anyone else?
I'll nominate Metzenberg.
Messenberg? Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Sarah.
Councilmember Jordan.
I'm staying with Sarah also.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Sarah?
Councilmember Friedman.
Conrad.
Sorry, can you repeat that, Councilmember Friedman?
Metzenberg.
Councilmember Snedden.
Sarah,
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Sarah.
And Mayor Rouse.
Seedschlag. And that'll do it. Thank you very,
Mr. Mayor and Council, just going back in time 1 second, for the TCC nomination, was it, no. For SFDB, was the second by Councilmember Friedman? Okay, thank you very much. No further questions.
all right, very good. That's it. Yeah. Any council member assignment reports, committee assignment reports?
I'll go. I attended Solstice Parade with all of you. It was a lot of fun. It was great to be back out there. And then also did a police ride along on Friday night. So I want to thank the police department for arranging that.
Very good. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Attended a Kachuma Operations and Maintenance Board meeting, and they just approved their sustainability plan for the first time. It looked at climate outlook is dry and as we expected. March would be the earliest we might be looking at for emergency pumping facility.
All right, very good. Any other reports?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Harmon has her hand raised.
Oh, she does. I don't see her. Ms. Harmon. Ms. Harmon.
I think it might
It
have
may
been
be
left
up from
over
earlier.
before.
Okay, very good. With that, we are adjourned until, what is it? What's that?
July
We didn't
19th.
Until what? July
Tuesday,
19.
Tuesday, July 19th at 1 o'clock, you have a special meeting.
All right, very good. Thank you very much.